Yes, good morning, students. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, very good morning. Okay, where we left in the previous class? So we have started Indian women, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let us continue. Let us finish that, and then we move to the next poem.
Okay, ma'am.
I hope you can see the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, as I told you earlier, Shiv K. Kumar is one of the remarkable Indian English poets, and most of his poem talks about the contemporary condition of Indian society. So, how the India was during his period. Okay, and this particular poem, Indian Women, is an extract from the anthology of Cobweb in the Sun. Actually, Cobweb in the Sun is a collection of work. So actually, he published many numbers of poem in that particular work. So one among the poem is Indian Women. Okay, and moreover, he is a most prestigious writer, one who received the two reputed award called Sahitya Academy and Padma Bhushan Award. Let's get back. Okay, we have seen all these things. Let's move. Okay. So actually, Shiv K. Kumar's Indian Women depicts India as a triple baked continent. So I told you that India is constructed or framed by the three elements. One is sun. Sun represent the weather condition of India, and the other representation is patriarchal culture. Next one is sex. In Indian society, we could find some kind of differences or disparity between male and female. And third one is poverty. So during his period, he happened to come across, or he happened to see poverty and famine everywhere in India. Okay, so he represented all these things. So sun represent both Indian weather and Indian weather condition and high patriarchal structure. And so, what is the condition prevails in patriarchal society? So, in the patriarchal society, women are oppressed. Women are oppressed, and women are suppressed a lot. You know very well what do you mean? What is meant by oppression and suppression? So, actually, women are not treated as a the main part of the society. Women are considered as a the marginal member of the society. So they never, the male members in the family never take the words, or they never value the feelings and emotions of the women. And moreover, they expect women to be very quiet. They must be very passive. They have no rights to express even their emotions. They must be very quiet, and whatever happened to them, they have to simply accept. Okay, this is the expectation of the patriarchal society. And in this particular poem, he sketches the infinite patience of Indian women. What do you mean by infinite patience of Indian women? In Indian society, the women remain quiet, and they remain patient. Infinite patience. Infinite patience is nothing but endless patience. They maintain their patience, at all cost. They never try to provoke. They never try to provoke. They never try to express anything. It may be anger, it may be hatred, it may be jealous, whatever feel, or it may be their expectation. They never express anything, and whatever happened, they quietly accept and they remain patient. So Shiv K Kumar says that Indian women are highly meant for patience. Okay. And Indian subcontinent has a very long history of political, historical, and patriarchal upheavals in which women have been baked and tortured. Okay. So Indian subcontinent has a long history of political, historical, and patriarchal upheavals. So political, we could find some kind of political upheavals. What I mean by political upheavals? Some kind of ups and downs, some kind of disturbance everywhere, political disturbance, and moreover historical disturbance, and disturbance due to patriarchal society or male chauvinism, whatever it may be. There may be some kind of confusion everywhere in Indian society. In all these things, in all the, it may be political upheaval, or it may be historical confusion, or it may be patriarchal dominance, whatever it may be. In all these three, how women were struggled. So actually, women were completely baked. They were completely tortured. Okay. In India, women do not etch their angry eyebrows within the mud walls or out of it. So actually, in Indian society, women do not have a right to etch or to express their anger. Express their anger. They within the mud wall in the sense either inside home or out of it. They are not supposed to express their anger or any kind of emotions anywhere in the society. They were just objectified. They were considered as an object. Okay. And the women are expected to be the passive members of the family and society, in spite of going through triple baked continents sufferings. So triple baked sufferings, in the sense actually they happen to face sufferings from all the quarters. They happen to face difficulties from all the sides of the from all the sector, but still they are not supposed to lose their temper. They are not supposed to raise their eyebrows. They are not supposed to etch their angry eyebrows. They remain very passive. Okay. And Indian women usually act as an empty pitcher. What do you mean by empty pitcher? The pitcher is nothing but a pot. Pitcher is nothing but a pot, and she is considered as she is said to be a pot. Why she is said to be a pot? Actually, it is a metaphorical representation of women. The women is portrayed, or women is compared to the empty pitcher, an empty pitcher which is on the mud wall. Empty picture on the mud wall. Okay. And women remain insignificant, and emotions are completely ignored. How the women are considered? The women are considered as an insignificant member of the society. Insignificant member in the sense they are not essential. They are not the essential part of the family or the society. And they are always considered as a supplement. They are always considered as a supplement, or moreover they are always considered as a marginalized member. They never come in the mainstream. Okay. And the women's emotions are completely ignored by the people in the society. And harsh rays of sun make them to trek long distance. Actually, the even the weather. So the weather. So actually, the women not only face problems from the male members in the family or male members in the society. They face problem even because of the harsh weather condition. Okay. The harsh rays of the sun makes them to travel for a long distance to get their water in order to quench the thirst of the family members. Okay. And in this particular poem, women are treated as a sexual object, and it evidently proves that women become ultimate prey in terms of sun, sex, and poverty. So, how the women are considered? The women are considered as a child making mission. Women are considered as a child making mission, or women are considered as a sexual toy or sexual object. Okay. And every woman waits on the mouth of the village well, like an empty pitcher waiting for its turn to collect water. So actually, we discussed all these in the previous class. Unfortunately, the water is not enough. So actually, what about the condition of the well? The well, in the well, she could not find water, and there is no water, and there is no water, and she could, and the water level is very poor. She could not get even the reflection of the reflection of her. Okay, and she could understand that there is some kind of moist in her eyes, whereas there is no moist in the well, because it was a famine affected area. The women waiting for the water reinforced that they are waiting patiently either for water or for marriage or for the return of their husband who have gone out to fetch fortune. So actually, this is a famine affected area. So the male members in the society, the male members in the every family move out of the place. So what was the reason for moving out of this particular place? Because they have gone to fetch fortune. So actually, the men are said to be the breadwinners. So they have gone out in order to fetch fortune, and moreover, for various other reasons, they moved out of their native place. So actually, who only women are in the famine affected area, and they face so much of struggle without the support of male members. Okay, and women who are waiting for water, it reinforce or it emphasize that they are not only waiting for water, they also wait for marriage. So actually, there were many number of unmarried women. Those unmarried women are waiting for the arrival of some better person, so some better half, in order to take them out of this poor conditions. Actually, they face so much of struggles in the famine affected area. So they are longing for the arrival, or they are longing for the coming of some groom, in order to take them out of the famine affected area, the harsh realities. Okay, and some other women are um, waiting for their arrival of their husband who have gone out to fetch fortune. Because if there is some kind of support, they could easily manage. But whereas in that particular place, the women struggle a lot without the support of male members. So actually, the unmarried women are waiting for their better person to come and take them out of the poor country or the famine affected area, and the married women were waiting for the arrival of their husband in order to be a in order to shoulder the um, burden of the family or the society. The beautiful image of the women is unveiled when she pleats their long Mississippi hair with strong hope. So actually, the beautiful women are represented as if they are pleating their long Mississippi hair. How the hair is compared? The hair is compared to the very long Mississippi river. Okay, so actually, in every pleat, so when they pleat their hair, they not only pleat their hair, they strongly plead their hope. So actually, today is not a better day for them, but they have a strong hope that the future will be somewhat better. The future will be somewhat better for them. Okay. She waits tattooed on her thigh. She waits for their men's written till the shadow roll up their contours and has sunk beneath the hills. So actually, how long the women have been waiting? The women have been waiting for a very long time. A very long time. It's actually the morning they have gone there, but still they could not come back to their home because they couldn't get the water. They could not get the water, and they have been waiting there for a very long time until the shadows roll up. Until the shadows roll up, in the sense, so when it becomes dark, we couldn't find our own shadow. So if it gets dark, we couldn't find our own shadow. In the same way, the women have been waiting for a very long time. Even the shadows roll up. So actually, shadows roll up, and they went and hide beneath the hills. Okay, and in this poem, we could find the struggles and sufferings of Indian women. And moreover, Shiv K. Kumar appreciate, and moreover she celebrate Indian women for one particular reason. So women are glorified for in the previous poem, that is in the palanquin bearers, we have seen women are glorified for their beauty, and women are considered as a assert of the family or assert of the society or pride of the society and honor of the society. Whereas in this poem, women are glorified exclusively for their patience. They remain very quiet. They are not expressing any kind of emotions, and moreover, they never edge angry eyebrows at any cost. So, for their ultimate patience, the women are celebrated, or women are glorified in this particular poem. The virtue for the most cherished women in India, and moreover, the patience is said to be the one of the um, finest virtue which is celebrated by the Indian society. So I hope you could understand this poem. So if you want, we just give a glance to the lines of the poem. Yes, we move back. In the now you can understand when we read the lines of the poem. So in this triple baked continent, women do not etch angry eyebrows on mud wall. Patiently they sit like empty pitcher on the mouth of the village well, pleating hope in every bride of their Mississippi long hair. Okay, so actually, when they are pleating their hair, they not only pleat their hair, they are pleating their hope. Hope in the sense they are very confident the day will change. The day will change. There will be a better transition. There will be a better transformation they will face. Okay, they with a great hope they are waiting. They are waiting. They are waiting there while they were pleating their hair and looking deep into the water's mirror for the moisture in their eyes. So actually, so when they were alone, when there is no one else, they cry. They just worried about their condition. They worried about the poverty, but still, they could not take the reflection of their own sadness even from the water, because the water level is very poor. There is a kind of moist in their eyes, whereas even that moist is not present in the well. With the zodiac doodling on the sand, they got a tattooed thighs. Tattooed thighs in the sense, now we can understand the women are considered as a commodity, or women are considered as a property, or women are considered as an object. Okay, that's why the thighs of the women were tattooed. Why the thighs of the women were tattooed? In order to represent she is the husband of so and so, or she is the daughter of so and so. So in this way, they have tattooed their type. So we could understand the women are considered as an object. And waiting for their men's return till even the shadows roll up their contours and gone beyond the hills. Even the shadows disappeared, but still the women have been waiting there, hopefully, for the better transition. Okay, so actually, the poem begins with the melancholic tone. The poem begins with the melancholic tone or hopeless tone, whereas it ends with the hopeful or positive tone. Yes, we move to the next poem. Next poem that we are about to discuss is Enterprise. And Enterprise is a poem written by Nizam Ezekiel. Students, are you following me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Enterprise. Enterprise is a poem written by Nizam Ezekiel. What do you mean by enterprise? Enterprise is nothing but some kind of new venture. Some kind of new venture. What do you mean by new venture? When we initiate something, when we commence something for the first time. So, what kind of respect we give for that particular thing? So, for example, first day if you're going to college, so you want to present yourself as a very good student, and you want to complete all the homework, you want to do all the assignment, and you want it to be so attentive to the teachers. So you have a kind of interest when you commence the particular task. Whereas when the time moves on, when the time goes on, what will happen? There will be a kind of dilution. There will be a kind of dilution from your determination. Okay, the same thing we could see in this particular poem, Enterprise. So enterprise is nothing but it's a kind of new venture. It's a kind of new venture undertaken by the group of people. Undertaken by the group of people. The poem is written by Nizam Ezekiel. Let's see. Enterprise. Nizam Ezekiel is one of the prolific Indian writers in English of the 20th century. He is called the father of modern English poetry, and he was the recipient of Sahitya Academy Award for his poetry collections, Later Day Psalms. Okay, so Nizam Ezekiel is one of the prolific. So prolific is nothing but a remarkable or seminal, whatever it may be. He is a remarkable or significant Indian writers in English of 20th century. Actually, he belongs to 20th century, and he is said to be the father of modern English, modern Indian English poetry. So he is the father of modern Indian English poetry, and he was the recipient of the prestigious award called Sahitya Academy for his poetry collection, exclusively for the collection called Later Day Psalms. For this particular collection, he received the Sahitya Academy Award. And Ezekiel's poetry deals with common and mundane, familial and skeptical, societal introspection, and also explores unsentimental and realistic sensibility. Okay, so most of his poems, actually, I'm not only talking about this particular poem that we are about to discuss. So, in general, so if you take the poems of Nizam Ezekiel, it deals with common life. It deals with common life in the sense it deals with um, common in the sense day to day lives of the people. So, day to day lives of the people.
Mundane.
And day-to-day life of the people and mundane is nothing but a routine thing or very common, not something very special or unique. Okay, and moreover it talks about familiar things in the sense the family issues, and moreover skeptical societal introspection. What do you mean by skeptical societal introspection? It's actually some kind of doubtful introspection. So actually we have a kind of doubt towards everything, whether to accept it or to deny it. We have a kind of doubt at everything. Okay, this kind of social introspection, and it also express the unsentimental and realistic sensibility. What do you mean by unsentimental? What I mean by unsentimental, without having actually, he never represent sentimental matters. He used to talk about the realistic sensibility of the society. That is the practical element. He never talk about the emotional part of the life. He talks about the realistic part of the life, or he talks about the um, what practical, so practical sensibility of the people. Yes, we come back to the poem Nizam Ezekiel's Enterprise. So this poem is an extract of The Unfinished Man. So actually this particular poem was taken from the collection of work called The Unfinished Man. And in this poem he describes a metaphorical journey. So metaphorical journey in the sense, actually it's not a literal journey. It's not a literal journey. It is a metaphorical journey. Metaphorical journey is nothing but some kind of imagination, whatever it may be. So we can employ this particular metaphorical journey to anything. So for example, if you go to the job on the very first day, and the first few days you remain very quiet, and moreover you want to be very dedicated, you want to do all the activities, all the tasks with utmost dedication and all. Okay, but initially when we do something, so for example, if you got a 10 days leave, study holiday, what do? For the first few days you want to sit and study, and by having some kind of schedule, by having some kind of timetable. So in the same way, when we commence or when we start or when we involve in any kind of venture, we had a kind of intense determination towards it. But over the period of time, due to various reasons, due to various diversion, that particular determination and interest gets diluted. Interest get diluted, and it will be completely different. It turns to a different story. Let's see. metaphorical journey of a group of people and the hardships and failures encountered by them. So, and moreover, they actually, the group of people started their metaphorical journey, and the journey is filled with so much of hardships and failures. They happen to encounter so much of difficulties and failures throughout the journey. And let's see what is the uh, output of the poem, or output of the difficulties and failures. So whether the intention was diluted, or they traveled with the same determination. Let's see that by the end of the poem. The author employs simple language, and the poem consists of 6 stanzas. So actually in this poem, the writer has written this poem in a very simple language, and moreover anyone can read and understand the poem on their own. And the poem consists of 6 stanzas. How many stanzas the poem comprises? The poem comprises 6 stanzas, and each and every stanza consists of 5 lines. Each and every stanza consists of 5 lines, and it has a rhyme scheme called A B A B A. It's actually 5 line stanzaic poem, and with the rhyme scheme called A B A B A. Okay, let us go back and see the rhyme scheme of the poem. So actually, this is the poem. So actually, we find 8 stanzas in the poem. We could find the poem comprises 8 stanzas, and each and every stanza has 5 lines. And what about the rhyme scheme? Pilgrimage, stage,
AB.
A B A B A. Okay, pilgrimage, stage, rage, all rhyme together. So we find some kind of connect. Okay, so the rhyme scheme of the poem is A B A B A is the rhyme scheme of the poem. Okay, the journey was started off with a great zeal. So actually, a group of people, they have decided to go on a pilgrimage. What do you mean by pilgrimage? Pilgrimage is nothing but it's a visit to some holy spot. It's a kind of journey towards some holy spot. So some even nowadays the people used to go on a pilgrimage to Velangani or Tiruvannamalai, wherever they wish to go. They used to go from one place to they used to go from their place to that particular holy spot. Okay, in order to get the blessings, or in order to make their life better. So actually, this is not the literal journey. This is a metaphorical journey. Okay, the journey started off with a great zeal. Actually, when they started their journey, so how the pilgrimage were highly excited and very hopefully they started their journey. And what was the intention of this particular journey? The intention of this particular journey is to lighten all their burden. Is to lighten all their burden in the sense, so actually they face so much of difficulty, so much of hardships in their life. So they wanted to get the blessings of God. They wanted to get the blessings of God. So they have started their journey in order to unburden um, uh, all their difficulties. They wanted to unburden their heavy heart. Okay, so they started their journey. So we can relate it with anything. So for example, we may start some business. Why we have started the business? In order to get the financial support, in order to get a better financial support, and in order to run our family without any kind of financial crisis. Okay, so with the same intention, the group of people have started their journey with a great zeal and excitement, and very hopefully they started their journey in order to lighten all their burden, in order to reduce all their difficulties as well as the problems that they face right now. Okay, when the travelers reached the second stage of their stage. So actually, in the first stage, when they started their journey, so actually it was very apt. So actually, the it was a very apt time to start their journey. So actually, we won't start our journey on a rainy days or on a windy days. We used to start such a journey in a very harmless, either in the spring season or in the summer season. We used to start such journey. In the same way, they started on one fine morning, and moreover, when they reached the second stage of their journey, they confronted the adverse weather due to the scorching sun. So, actually, when they started their journey, the weather was good, the weather was very apt and pleasant, and it was the fittest weather to start their journey. But after when they reach the second stage of their journey, they happen to encounter the adverse weather. Adverse weather in the sense the very bad weather due to the scorching sun. The sun was very heavy. Once again, ma. Okay, due to the scorching sun. Scorching sun in the sense very harsh rays of the sun. We have seen even in the previous poem, the writer talks about the Indian weather condition. That was the reason for the poverty and famine. We have seen all these things. So in the same way, the pilgrims happen to encounter the adverse weather condition due to the scorching sun. And during the summer season, we feel very tired. Why do we feel very tired? Because the sun will extract all our energy. Sun will take away all our energy. In the same way, so actually when the pilgrims or when the group of people reach the second stage of their journey, um, they happen to encounter adverse weather condition. Okay, and it tried to beat down to match their our rage. So actually they were highly excited and highly interested, and with a great determination they have started their journey. But here the harsh weather condition tried to outshadow their or outwin their excitement, and the excitement, hope, everything. The sun wanted to take away all the excitement and hope and confidence of the people, but still they are not. They are still confident and still they are determined to continue their journey. They did not bother the harsh weather condition. They wanted to continue their journey. Yet nothing could detain their enthusiasm, but still the enthusiasm or the excitement or the hope of the people could not be detained due to the harsh weather condition. The heat of the blazing sun is a symbolic representation of the mother nature being hostile towards ambitious human. So actually, sometimes we want to sit and read in the sunny afternoon, but still we could not make it. Why we could not make it? Because the sun will drain all of our energy, and it will let us in a kind of dilemma whether to continue the study or to take a nap. So, in the same way, the heat of the blazing sun is a symbolic representation. The mother nature is very being hostile towards a ambitious human. The human beings are very ambitious, and moreover, they wanted to accomplish the particular target, but the sun or the nature act as a villain in order to stop, in order to be the hindrance for the journey. The travelers were undaunted by the harsh weather, sadly, but still were the travelers remained undisturbed by the harsh weather condition. They wanted to continue their journey in spite of harsh weather. Okay, they noted down all they encounter. So actually, so when we undertake some kind of journey, some people have a kind of practice. What is that? They used to take a notepad and pen with them. So whatever they happen to encounter, it may be the good thing or it may be a bad thing. Whatever they encounter, whatever they happen to come across, they used to make a note of it. Or whatever the places they visit, or whatever places that they have stayed in order to relax or in order to take their food, they wanted to make a note of it. In the same way, the travelers were undaunted. They were undisturbed by the harsh weather condition, and they continue their journey with the same spirit, with the same enthusiasm, and they note down all that they encounter. So whatever that they encounter, they just make a note of it. Okay. The peasant sold and bought, and they saw the ways of serpent and goat walking. So actually, what they have seen, they happen to encounter peasants. Peasants in the sense, the village people. So village people, they sold and bought something. So they happen to see so many scenes in which the people are selling something, whereas some other people are buying something from the sellers. Okay, okay, and they saw the ways of serpent and goat, and moreover they have come across here the serpents and goat are nothing but they happen to encounter or they happen to meet the different people in the sense some people are really harmful in the sense really harmful in the sense they are highly poisonous or they are really harmful. So actually, even in our day-to-day life, we happen to encounter the people. Some people are good, whereas some people are cruel and evil-minded people. In the same way, the group of pilgrims happen to encounter different kinds of people. Some people are harmless, and moreover, some people are jealous. Here, the serpent represent harmful or poisonous or venomous, whereas the goat represent jealous. So the people happen to encounter different shades of human personality. Okay, and they saw a sage, and they not only saw the people with negative intention or the people with the negative personalities. They also come across sage in the sense wise people, the people with high wisdom, and those people were giving sermon in the sense they were giving some kind of preaching, and they were dictating the people what to do, what not to do, what is right, what is wrong. They are giving some kind of wise speech or preachings to the audience, but paid no attention to his message. So actually, they happen to see everything. So they happen to see all these things, but they did not have enough time to sit before the stage to receive the wisdom of the sage. They just happened to meet the sage and they just continue their journey, and they did not pay attention to the message given by the sage. So, if they would have received the message given by the sage, it would be beneficial in the journey of their life. But the pilgrims did not have enough time to wait for their. They did not have enough time to receive the message of the sage. One second, this mobile is disturbing me. Okay, next one. So when they encounter the third phase of their lives, actually somehow they managed and reached the third phase of their journey. In the third phase of their journey, there was a kind of conflict among the group. So conflict among the pilgrims in the group. Why there was a conflict among the pilgrims? So actually, when we happen to travel with the people for a long time, so we there may be some kind of misunderstanding. We happen to get some kind of conflict opinion between us. In the same way, the group of pilgrims have reached the third phase of their journey, but there was a kind of conflict opinion among the pilgrims. What was the reason for the conflict opinion? The people had a different opinion. Okay, to overcome how to overcome the challenging landscapes. Actually, they happen to face so much of challenges throughout the journey, and moreover, so one people give one particular idea in order to overcome the challenges, whereas the other pilgrims gave a different opinion to overcome the challenges, and this is the reason for developing some kind of conflict among the pilgrims. So okay, I hope you can understand what I have said now. Okay, so actually, even we could find the conflict even among friends. நம்ம ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ்குள்ள கூட என்ன பண்ணுவோம், there some kind of conflict arouse. Okay, in the same way, the group of pilgrims, when they reach the third phase of their journey, they happen to encounter the conflict among themselves. The reason is, the people have a different opinion to overcome the challenges. In order to make the journey better and peaceful one, they had a different opinion. So so when there is a difference of opinion, it creates a kind of confusion and some kind of misunderstanding among the people. The same thing happened there. The share of disagreement fell on the enterprise, and so the most intellectual prose writer left the group. Okay, and moreover, the shade of disagreement. So there was a kind of disagreement among the group. So one of the pilgrims in the sense, the one of the person decided to leave the group. So I don't want to continue in this group because the members in the group are not ready to accept my viewpoint, because so far he has been guiding. Who has been guiding? The intellectual prose writer was guiding the people. He guides the people from the beginning of the journey to the third phase of their journey. So when the people reach the third phase of the journey, they are not ready to accept the words of the intellectual prose writer. So the intellectual prose writer decided not to continue his journey with the group. So he left the group. The travelers encounter series of hindrances. Actually, what happened throughout the journey? They happen to, so after the wise men, so after the intellectual prose writer left the group, the people happen to encounter series of hindrances in the sense the continuously they happen to encounter some kind of obstacle one after the other in the next phase of their journey. They were twice attacked and lost their path and started forgetting their noble attention. So actually, they were twice attacked. They were twice attacked in the sense they were highly hurt. They were highly hurt twice a time. They were highly affected. They were highly affected or disturbed on two occasions. And moreover, they have lost their path. They have lost their path. So actually, so far the intellectual prose writer have been has been guiding the other pilgrims. Whereas when the pilgrims refused to accept the words of the intellectual prose writer, he left the group. So actually, the remaining pilgrims couldn't understand which way they have to go in order to reach the particular destination, in order to reach the holy spot. So actually, they lost even their path and they started forgetting their noble ambition. So initially, they had a great ambition to reach the destination and they wanted to unburden all their uh, things. So they have a kind of a burden heart. They wanted to unburden. They wanted to relax themselves by unburdening all their heavy heart. Okay. So that particular intention got diluted. Okay. They forgot their noble ambitions and intention. The section of the group with their venture. And moreover, initially we have seen the prose writer, intellectual prose writer left the group. And after a point of time, a group of pilgrims, so actually some 5 or 6 pilgrims, they have decided to move out of the group and they decided to continue on their own because this particular group have lost even their path. They have lost even their noble ambition. So they decided to continue their journey on their own. So they left the group. The rest climb for liberty. And the rest climb for liberty in the sense the section of group with the venture and the rest climb for liberty. So and rest of the people wanted to go on their own as they wish. The poet and the leader felt upset at the breaking of the enterprise. So actually, the poet, who is poet here, the Nisam Ezekiel is also one among the pilgrim and pilgrims, and he as well as the another leader in the sense. So when one particular leader left the group, so the other person take them started leading the group. So, in the same way, both the poet as well as the leader felt very upset at the breaking of enterprise. Breaking of enterprise in the sense because the people went in a different path. A section of people they quit the venture, and moreover, rest of them climbed for liberty. So actually, so initially there were some 50 or 60 pilgrims, and when they reached the fifth stage of the journey, there were only few members, maybe 10 or 15 members were in the group. So the most of the people have left the group. Okay, so the poet as well as the leader felt very upset at the breaking of the enterprise. The leader tried to reunite the pilgrims by stating that he smelt the sea. So actually, the leader advised the fellow pilgrims in order to continue their journey with him. In order to continue their journey with him, because he could smell the sea. He could smell the sea in the sense. Usually, the most of the pilgrim spot used to be at the side of the at the shore of the some sea. Okay, so for example, you may Velangani, it is at the side of the it is at the seashore, and moreover Tiruchendur, and most of the pilgrim spot is at the seashore. Okay, in the same way, the leader could smell the um, holy spot. So actually, he could identify the holy spot is not far away; it is at the hand's reach. So he advised the people to continue their journey with him. But still, the rest of the pilgrims are not ready to accept, so they have left the group. Only few members were continuing their journey. The travelers had lost their hope and stamina due to their tiresome journey, in which some were broken, some morally bent, or merely bent. So actually, the travelers lost their hope. So actually, when they reached the particular spot, so actually, because the journey is not something very comfortable or something very smooth. They face so much of hardships, so much of hurdles, so much of hardships throughout the journey. So actually, they have lost their hope. They have lost their stamina. They have lost their energy due to a very long and tiresome journey. Okay, some were really broken. Some were really broken in the sense some were physically and mentally broken. So actually, some were physically tired, whereas the rest of them were mentally tired. Mentally tired in the sense they have lost their hope. They have lost their ambition. Okay, mentally and physically tired, and they some merely bent in the sense extremely tired. They become extremely tired. It was neither a great or nor rare. So actually, only after reaching the particular spot, they come to know it is not something great or nor a rare adventure. It's not something rare adventure. Every person used to face all these challenges. This is not something great, and this is not something rare. This is quite common everywhere. So whenever we started something, we had a kind of intention. So in between, there will be a kind of commotion among the people and the people with the group, and moreover, it would be very difficult to continue their journey. So it happens everywhere. Okay, the same thing happened here. They finally reach the destination, but hardly know why they have reached there. So actually, finally they reach their destination. Finally, they reach their destination in the sense they have come to the holy spot, but they couldn't realize. They could not. They could not realize. They couldn't. They couldn't understand why they are there. Why they are there? Because the ambition, the intention, hope, everything was completely shattered down in their tedious journey. Even sometimes, what do? We used to go on a pilgrimage. We used to go to some pilgrim spot on foot. On foot in the sense it's a kind of padayatra. We used to call it a padayatra. When we reach the temple, we become very tired and we could not worship the god. And same thing happened here. Okay, finally they reach their destination, but hardly they know why they have come here. So because they were extremely tired, they have completely forgot their ambition. The journey had inflicted only frustrations and found the adventure futile. So actually, the journey had inflicted. So what kind of experience the journey has given to the pilgrims? Only the frustration, nothing else. Okay, and found that the venture was futile. Futile in the sense it was worthless. It was a worthless adventure, or it was a worthless attempt, and it was a meaningless, and it is not something unique. The poem concluded with the realization that home is where we have to gather grace. It's actually east or west, home is best, we used to say, right? In the same way, home is where we have to gather grace. And some people used to go to different countries in order to earn money, in order to solve the family problems, financial conditions. But what happened? At the end they have lost their life, and moreover they happen to be away from their family members. So only by the end of the day the person come to realize home is where we have to gather grace. Okay, that's it. This is the poem. So if you want, let's just give a reading to the poem. It started as a pilgrimage, exalting minds and making all the burdens light. Second stage explored, but did not test the call. The sun beat down to match our rage. We stood it very well, I thought. Observed and put down copious notes on things the peasants sold and bought, the way of serpents and goats, the three cities where a sage has thought. But when the differences arose on how to cross a desert patch, we lost a friend whose stylish prose was quite the best of all our batch. The shadow fall on us and grows. The another phase was reached when we were twice attacked and lost our way. The section claimed its liberty to leave the group. I tried to pray. The leader said he smelt the sea. We noticed nothing as we went, the straggling crowd of little hope, ignoring what the thunder meant, deprived of common needs like soap, some were broken, some merely bent. When finally we reached the place, we hardly know why we were there. The trip had darkened every face. Our deeds were neither great nor rare. Home is where we have to gather grace. Is there any doubt in this poem?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If there is no doubt, shall we move to the next poem?
Ma'am, one more thing.
Yes.
Can we get the notes?
Yes, of course. So I do one thing. You just take my number. You give
Okay,
a
ma'am.
message to me. I share the
Okay.
notes to you. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Take my number.
Okay.
Double nine,
Double nine,
double four,
double four,
53,
53,
59,
59,
34.
34.
Yes.
Double nine, double four, 53, 5934. Right,
Yes.
ma'am?
Yes. Of course. You can
Okay,
just
ma'am.
give a message to me. I share the
Okay.
material. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma. Okay. Let's move back to the next part of the. Yes, students, can you see the screen?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. Wait. Yes. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes. So next poem is Old Playhouse. So let's find some short poem. Yes. The next poem is Tiger and the Deer. Tiger and the Deer, and this poem is written by Sri Aurobindo. Let's see. I hope you can see the screen. Tiger and the Deer. Sri Aurobindo was one of the supreme masters in Indian English literature. So you know very well who is Sri Aurobindo. He is a sage and he is a spiritual guru. Okay, let's see. Sri Aurobindo was one of the supreme master in Indian English literature, and he was an Indian nationalist. So actually, Sri Aurobindo was not only a spiritual guru, or he is not only a yogi. He is an Indian nationalist. He is a Indian freedom fighter. He participated in the freedom struggle, and he was a philosopher, yogi, spiritual guru, as well as poet. Okay, he was a prolific author who expressed his views on humankind. So actually, he is an prolific author. Prolific author is nothing but he is a remarkable or significant writer, one who expressed his view on humankind. Okay, humankind, the nature, God, and these are the usual topics that he used to write in his work of art. Okay, so he talk about the humankind, he talk about the nature, he talk about the God, and he talk about cosmos. Cosmos in the sense something beyond human being is said to be cosmos. It may be some heavenly bodies, whatever it may be. So in the most of his poem or most of his work deal with all these things. It may be humankind, nature, God, cosmos, and other things. And his poetry may be broadly classified into two groups. Some the poetry of action, another one is poetry of meditation. So actually, so if we take the poetry written by Sri Aurobindo, we can classify. So we can classify or we group the poems into two. One is the poetry of action, another one is poetry of meditation. Let's see. The Tiger and the Deer. Tiger and the Deer is a short and didactic poem. It's a short and didactic poem. The poem is short and moreover it's a didactic poem. So why do we call a poem as a didactic poem? Because this particular poem talks about what to do, what not to do. It gives a kind of moral information to the people or a didactic messages to the people. So we call such a poem as a didactic poem. Clear? So Tiger and the Deer is a short poem and it is a didactic poem. It gives some kind of moral message to the people, and what is right and what is wrong is also informed by the writer in this particular poem. And this poem was written in 1930, and the poem was again revised in 1942. In 1930 he wrote the poem, then he gave some kind of modification, and it was published in the year 1942. It is contrast between, so it is a contrast between good and evil. So throughout the poem we come to know good and evil, innocence and experience, life and death. So tiger represent evil, tiger represent experience, tiger represent death, whereas the deer represent good, deer represent innocence, and deer represents life. Okay, and tiger and the deer is nothing but here he talks about the colonized and colonizer. This particular poem has superficial meaning and it has in-depth meaning. So here the tiger or the tiger is represented. Tiger is a representation of colonizer. So the colonizer, they were harmful and they ill-treated Indian people, and Indian people were like a deer. Indian people were like a deer. We remained harmless. We could not do anything, and whatever that they inflicted to us, we just withstood everything. So tiger and the deer is nothing but the representation of colonizer and colonized. So Indians are colonized, whereas the Europeans are colonizer. So they ill-treated, they harm, and moreover they tortured Indian people. But what about the deer? The deer is highly innocent, it harmless, it's very good. Okay, this is the representation of the tiger and the deer. So we talk about the binary qualities of human life. So actually we find good and evil, innocence and experience, life and death in the same place. Okay, the poem begins with the description of the tiger. How the poem begins? The poem begins with the description of the tiger, and the tiger slouched and crouched brilliantly and majestically. Here, the writer talks about the majestic qualities of tiger. So, for example, if you just go through the lines of the poem, you come to know. So actually, how the tiger is represented here. A tiger is highly brilliant, and moreover, it's crouching and slouching. What do you mean by crouching and slouching? Crouching and slouching is nothing but it's actually before pouncing on something else. Before pouncing on something else, it used to go back. In the same way, the tiger is moving back, or the tiger is very quietly, and moreover, without creating any disturbance, the tiger is approaching the deer. Tiger is approaching the deer by bending its leg. Bending its leg. That is what we call crouching and slouching. This particular tiger is highly brilliant. So before attacking the animal, it won't create any kind of noise. Very quietly, without creating any kind of disturbance in the ambience, it brilliantly it pounds on the deer. Okay, slouching and crouching. What crept through the green heart of the forest? What crept through the green heart of the forest in the sense? So actually, where the tiger resides, the tiger used to be in the in the heart of the forest. Heart of the forest in the sense in the middle of the forest. Okay, because it's a wild animal. The wild animal used to occupy the middle part of the forest. In the same way, the tiger is in the middle part of the forest, and before approaching the tiger, before attacking the deer, it is slouching and crouching. Okay, and moreover, the tiger is portrayed as a majestic animal. Why the tiger is portrayed as a majestic animal? Because it has a powerful eyes, and it has a sharp paws. It has a sharp paws, and moreover, it has a sharp teeth. So that's why the tiger is portrayed as a majestic animal. Okay, and it used to move, it used to meander in the green heart of the forest. It has a gleaming eyes. Gleaming eyes is nothing but bright, as bright as a fire, as bright as a fire. And moreover, it has a mighty chest. It has a mighty chest. So for example, in Animal Planet, the people used to show the animal. So we could find some kind of majestic movement on the mighty chest of the tiger. But it has a mighty chest, it has a bright eyes, but the paws remain very soft and soundless. How the paws of the tiger is described? The paws of the tiger is described as very soft and soundless. So, for example, we could see the hoof of the hoof of other animals like horse or cow. We could see the hoof. How the hoof is? The hoof remains very hard. When it steps, we could get the footsteps of the horse, or we could get the footsteps of the goat, or we hear the footsteps of the cow. Whereas the tiger has a soft and soundless paw, so no other animal identify that it is being approached by the tiger. Okay, it has a soft and soundless paws. The paws were soundless and grandeur. The paws remains very soft, but still it is very powerful. Why it is very powerful? Because it has a very sharp nails. It has a very sharp nails, and it is very terrific and destructive. Destructive in the sense it can create any kind of destruction within a microseconds. It can tear off the flesh of any animal. It has that particular power. It has a sharp nails. When the wind slipped through the leaves, it seemed as if it was afraid. So actually, it's a forest. The tiger is in the forest, and there is a deer. The deer is drinking water in the pond. So actually, the innocent deer is drinking water in the pond, whereas the tiger is highly prepared to attack the deer. So actually, right now the wind. So actually, the wind, you know very well. So the wind wanted to give a warn or give a alert to deer that it is being approached by the tiger. So actually, the wind slipped through the leaves. Wind slipped through the leaves in the sense the leaves create a kind of rustling sound due to the weather, due to the wind. So the wind create a kind of rustling sound among the leaves. So we may think even the leaves, even the wind is afraid of the tiger. Even the wind is afraid on seeing the tiger, but it is not so. So actually, the wind slipped through the leaves. The wind just slipped through the leaves. The reason is um, uh, the intention is to create a kind of create a kind of ruffle in the sense actually that it was a peaceful atmosphere. It was a peaceful and was near. The place was very quiet. There was no sign of danger. There is no sign of danger anywhere. So the wind wanted to create a kind of ruffle or some kind of create a kind of rustling sound in order to alert the poor innocent creature deer, in order to caution. So be careful, just move out of the place because you are approached by the tiger. So please clear the place, in order to give the warning, in order to give the caution note to the innocent deer. The wind has created a kind of rustling sound among the leaves. Okay, I think I am moving beyond my time. Okay, shall we wind up the class with this? I'll continue in the next class.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma. See you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for your patience listening.
I hope that you are doing well. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yesterday we talked about off studies. I hope that you understand the concept clearly. Now we are moving to Essays of Elia written by Charles Lamb. Right. Essays of Elia. In Essays of Elia, we are going to deal about dream children. One of the essay is dream children. So dream children, a reverie. We are going to see the Charles Lamb's essay, Dream Children Every. What is the pen name of Charles Lamb? What is the pseudonym of Charles Lamb? Can anyone unmute
Elia.
and tell me? Elia, very good.
Sorry, Elia.
Very good. Okay. So, what is the significance of the title? I already told you that the significance of the title is that Dream Children, because he has uh, he has a long love affair with who is presenting Muktiswaran. Okay. So he has a love affair with Anne Simmons. After the breakup, he has not married anyone, so he is unmarried. That's why the title itself named as Dream Children. Dream Children. Okay. I hope that your PPT, your have you seen the slides or the? Are you able to see the slides or
Yes, sir.
Word file? Word file, right.
So,
So we are moving. Okay, we already talked about the biography of biography of author. Now I'm just talking about the background of the Dream Children. The background is that it is Lamb's life own experiences. He had a close relationship with brother John. His brother name is John, who suffered from mental illness and died young. He died early in his life. Lamb himself suffered from depression. He is also suffered from depression and was forced to give up his own aspiration in order to support his family because his sister is also suffered from mental depression and she is admitted in hospital. So in order to take care his that sister, okay, he is not married anyone. Okay, so you should know the background of the story. That is his brother John Lamb suffered from mental illness and died young. Second is that he is also suffered from depression. Charles Lamb is also suffered from depression and was forced to give up his own aspiration because he wants to, for example, he wants to be, he works as a clerk in a sector, in a government sector, and he is forced to give up everything to protect his sister. Okay, am I clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, so the all the things. Okay, his brother's death. Okay, John Lamb's death, his sister's mental depression, his grandmother's Mrs. Mrs. Field, Mrs. Field death, and also his own depression. Everything is narrated. Everything is narrated in. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Everything is, if it is not audible, please inform me, right? The essay reflects on these experiences as explore the theme of imagination, the beauty of childhood, memory, love, and loss of love. So, I already told you that beauty of childhood, memory, love, and loss of love. So, Lamb shows how imagination can create a world of happiness and fulfillment. Because the imagination can create a world of happiness and fulfillment. That's why in our life also we create our own imagination. We want to be like this, we want to be like that. So he also shows how imagination can be a source of pain and disappointment. Many of them have sufferings and pain in their life. They are not able to. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Because my microphone is not working. Okay, right. The beauty of childhood. Okay, because whenever we are in depression, whenever we are in pain, so we create our own world of happiness in order to remove the pain, and that's why when it clashes with reality or when it fades away, the beauty of childhood, we are seeing the themes in dream children. The first theme is the power of imagination, the power of imagination. The second theme is the beauty of childhood, the beauty of childhood. As a child, we are at the time of innocence, wonder, and joy, as well as the time of learning and growth. He contrasts his own childhood with that of his dream children who are deprived of their mother and their uncle. He also reflects on how childhood shapes one personality and character. That's why many psychologists say that. So we have to build a good character. Okay, we have to build the child in a proper way. That then only the child will grow as a good human being. That's why he is in the lesson. He is giving two dream children. Okay. After that, the third theme is the valley of memory. First one is imagination. Second one is childhood. Third one is the valley of memory. Lamb demonstrated how memory can preserve the past and keep alive the loved ones who are gone. Okay. For example, in our life, many of them will die, and we lost some people. Okay, but their memory can preserve the past. The memory we remember. For example, my auntie is died at the age of 43. Okay, at the age of 43, she died. Okay, still I remember about her, the memory. I remembered her, how she protects me, how she feeds me when I was in sad mode. Okay, Lamb demonstrated how memory can preserve the past and keep alive the loved ones who are gone. He also shows how memory can be selective and subjective. Memory can selective and subjective, highlighting some aspects and omitting others. We may omit some people in our memory. He also questioned the reliability and accuracy of memory, as he admits that some of his stories may not be true or may not be embellished. So whenever we think about some people, we smile. Okay, we smile. Okay, for example, we lost the loved one. We lost the loved ones who are not more, who are not available right now, but we are thinking about them. We are thinking about them. That is the third theme. Fourth theme is the meaning of love. The meaning of love. Lamb expresses a love for his family and friends, especially for his brother John Lamb. What is the brother name? What is the brother name?
John Lamb.
Okay. What is his? Okay, John Lamb and his beloved allies. And his beloved allies. He also shows here. He gives the name allies. Actually, it is the name of Anne Simmons. Who is Anne Simmons? Who is Anne
His
Simmons?
girlfriend,
Her
His
lover.
his lover.
his lover. Okay, right. Very good. So the two characters are given here. Two dream children are given here. One is John. Another one is Alice. The John is the character of his brother. Alice is the character of his lover and Simmons. He also shows how love can be unrequited, frustrating, or lost. Okay, since he is a love failure, so he is expressing. Okay, he is expressing how love can damage his life. He also suggests that love can transcend death and time, as he feels the presence of his ancestor and his lover in his dream. In his dream, he thinks about his lover. We have seen four themes here. One is imagination, another one is what is that? Imagination,
Childhood,
childhood, beauty of childhood, value of memory,
value of memory,
the
meaning
meaning
of
of
love.
love. The meaning of love. Okay, very good. The central theme of Dream Children Here Every is loss. Lamb explored the tragic loss of his brother John and the impact that this had on his life. Okay, you just imagine that. For example, I lost my sister at the age of 2 years. Okay, I just remember her. Okay, Tamit Selvi. I remember the name. Whenever I think about her, okay, I remember certain things. Okay, he also reflects on the loss of his own dreams and ambitions, as he had been forced to give up his own aspiration in order to support his family. So here we have seen that, okay, the uh, themes of Dream Children. Now we are moving to the summary. You have to understand the summary. If you understand the summary means you can able to write the essays. There are two imaginary characters, two imaginary children are given in this essay. One is the first imaginary child is Alice, who is described as being 7 years old. Just remember that who is Alice is a 7 years old and having a sweet and serious disposition. She is depicted as being very close to her father and is interested in hearing stories about his childhood. Lamb describes her as being the favorite of my imaginary being, suggesting that she represents a lost innocence and a desire for familial closeness. So, the first imaginary character is Alice. She is 7 years old. She is sweet and serious. She is very close to his father. Just remember that. Alice, the first imaginary character is, first imaginary child is Alice. Alice, more or less the names taken from his lover name, Anne Simmons. Okay, Alice, 7 years old. She is very sweet and serious. She is very close to his father. She loves his father very much. She is interested to hear stories about Lamb's childhood. Lamb also describes her as the favorite of my imaginary beings. She is innocent and desire for familial closeness. Are you able to understand this? The name is Alice. She is 7 years old, right? She is 7 years old. She is sweet and serious. She is very close to his father. She loves his father, and she is always interested to hear the stories from his father. The author, Charles Lamb himself, described her as the favorite of my imaginary being. Favorite of my imaginary being, because the name may be referred to the lover's name. Okay. Alice is equal to Anne Simmons. Anne Simmons. Am I clear to you?
Yes, sir.
The second imaginary character, the child is John. The second child is John, who is 10-year old. Who is 10-year old? He is more lively and mischievous. He is more lively and mischievous. For example, 10 years old boy, he is lively. He is always enthusiastic and always mischievous. He is depicted as being interested in his father's travels and adventures, and is portrayed as having a sense of humor. However, he is also described as being sensitive and emotional, particularly when it comes to his father's stories about his childhood. Okay, now we are introduced the second child. The second child name is John. John is 10 years old. He is lively and mischievous. He is lively and mischievous in the sense that he is very enthusiastic. He is always playful. He is mischievous. Okay. He is always interested to hear his father's travels and adventures. He is having a sense of humor. He is having good sense of humor. He is very sensitive and emotional when he wants to hear his father stories about childhood. Now we are introduced two characters, two child's names. The child's names are dash and dash. The child's names are
Alice
Alice
and
and John.
Alice and John. What is the age of Alice? What is the age of John?
7
Alice
year old and 10-year old.
7 years old. John is 10 years old.
Okay. What is the characteristic feature of Alice and John? Alice is very sweet and
Sweet and
serious.
sweet.
Close
She
to
is very
his
close to.
father,
Very good.
Lovely
loves
and
father
very
very much, interested to know stories of his childhood, and
serious.
favorite
Okay,
of
very
his imaginary being.
okay, very good. What about John? John is very lively and mischievous. He is 10 years
Visual.
old.
He is sensitive and emotional too when it
Sense
comes
of
to his
humor.
father's
He has a
story
sense
of
of
childhood.
humor.
Okay, well, very good. Am I clear to you? Are you able to follow
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, sir.
John and Alice asked Lamb to tell them about their great grandmother, Mrs. Field. The grandmother name is Mrs. Field. Okay. They may ask you the question. Okay. I already given the question to you. They may ask you in 5 marks. Write a note on Mrs. Field. Okay. The great grandmother, Mrs. Field, lived in a very big house. It is not her house. Okay. It is not her own house. She is looking after the house. Okay. The grandmother name is Mrs. Field. John and Alice asked the father to tell about the great grandmother, Mrs. Field. Mrs. Field the house is belonged to a rich nobleman. It is not her house. Grandmother Field was the keeper of the house. Try to remember that she was the keeper of the house. She was keeper of the house means she is a protecting the house. She looked after the house with great care as though it was her own. She believed that it is her own house. Looks after in a great care. In a great care. The two infants are haunted in the house and crave. What are the two infants referred here?
Alice
What are
and
the
John.
Alice and John.
Okay, very good. The children in the wood. They may ask you the question. Who are the children in the wood? You have to answer. The children in the wood are Alice and John. But a foolish rich person later pulled down the wooden chimney and put a chimney of marble. Alice was unhappy that the rich man had pulled down the chimney piece. She looked upbraiding, and her anger was like her mother. Great grandmother Mrs. Field was very religious and she did not fear the spirits of the two infants, so she slept alone. Okay, here am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. The great grandmother was not, she was very religious. Try to remember that. She was very religious. Whenever you are in the class, you just note down some points. You can easily write it in the exam. She was very religious and she did not fear the spirits. Okay. The spirits here referred as Alice and uh, John. Okay. She slept alone. But lamb name is Elia, used to sleep with his maid as he was not so religious. Lamb was not so religious, but the great grandmother was very religious. She was tall and upright. Okay. She was bowed with a disease called cancer. When the grandmother died, many people in the neighborhood attend her funeral because she was very caring, she was helpful, she was always helping the neighborhood. That's why we can witness many neighborhood attended the funeral, because in rich people family, maid will not attend the many maids, many local people will not attend the religious ceremony of rich people. But here in the case of grandmother's house, we can see that, okay, we can see that uh, many neighborhood people have attended the funeral. She was a good dancer when she was young. Great grandmother was a great dancer when she was young. Alice moved her feet unconsciously as she was too interested in dancing. Now, just remember the character of great grandmother. Great grandmother. What is the name of the great grandmother?
Mrs. Field.
Mrs. Field. Very good. She was a dash.
Keeper of the house.
Keeper of the house, which belonged to a nobleman. Very
A
good.
rich nobleman.
Nobleman. She was tall. Just remember that she was tall and upright. She was very tall. Okay, she was very tall. She was bowed down with a disease. She was affected by cancer. Just remember that. When the great grandmother died, many people in the neighborhood attended the funeral, because I already told you that in rich family,
She was
the main people, the local people will not attend the. That it shows that you have to remember that the many people attended this funeral means because she was very caring, she was very helpful, she was helping many people. That is the meaning here. She was also a good dancer when she was young. Alice moved her feet unconsciously as she too was interested in dancing. Okay. When the house came to decay later, after the death of Mrs. Field, after the death, because she was the keeper, after the death of the great grandmother, the nobleman carried all the ornaments of the house and used them in a new house. Used them in a new house. The ornament, the jewels and other things, okay, of the old house looked very awkward in the new house, because great grandmother protected the house with utmost care, when it is moved, when the ornaments were moved into the place of new house, it looked very awkward. Things look beautiful only if we are in harmony with the surrounding. John enjoyed the comparison and smile, as if he also felt it would be very awkward indeed, very awkward indeed. When John sees the ornament in the new house, he believes that, okay, it is awkward. It is awkward. In the old house, in the old house, there is a garden. There is a garden where there were fruits, nectarines, peaches, oranges. Okay, Elia, lamb never plucked them. Lamb never plucked them. Charles Lamb. Here, Elia refers to Charles Lamb. Charles Lamb means here refers to the author. Okay, Charles Lamb never plucked the fruits in the garden, but he always enjoyed looking at them. He always looked at the nectarines, peaches, oranges, and other fruits. Okay, he never plucked that. Okay, but John deposited a bunch of grapes upon a plate to eat the grapes and share with their sister allies. But John is not like that. John plucked the grapes and upon the plate to eat the grapes and share with their sister allies. Of all the grandchildren, grandmother, we have seen we have seen, okay, the characters of Mrs. Field, right? Now we are Charles Lamb talked about his brother, okay, John. Of all the great grandchildren, grandmother Field loved John. That is the uncle. Uncle for whom? Uncle for Alice and John.
Allies and
Okay.
John.
John was lively and spirited, fond of riding, hunting, and outdoor activities. I've already told you that John was lively and spirited. He is very spirited. He was always fond of riding the horse, hunting, and he was curious in outdoor activities. He used to take James. He used to take James Elia, that is lamb, upon his backs out for outings. So, because James Elia was lame-footed, his foot was not inappropriate. That's why whenever they were going into outing, James did not do it when John was lame-footed. He was sorry for it. John died later and James missed him much. Here James Elia refers to lamb. James Elia was lame-footed. Okay, so whenever they were going into outing, he takes James Elia upon his back out for outing. The children began to cry at the sad turn of events. The two children began to cry at the sad turn of events. They asked him not to continue the story of Uncle John. They didn't want to hear the story of John because it was a sad story. It was a sad story. But to tell them about their dead mother. Now we are moving to the dead mother character. The dead mother character. Actually, there is no mother because we know that he was not married. Okay. The father began to tell them. All the characters are actually they are real characters, but here he was described in imaginary way. The father began to tell them how he had courted their mother, Alice Lamb's wife, for 7 years. How many years he loved? 7 years. The original name of lover is
And Simon.
Anne Simmons. Very good. So he loved the mother for 7 years. He was at times hopeful of winning her, at times in despair. Okay. He believed that he would definitely win the heart of Alice's mother. Okay, Alice's mother. He explained them what kindness, difficulty, and denial mean in an unmarried lady. When the father looked at Alice, he explained that how she showed her kindness, how they faced the life in difficulty. Okay, and finally he was not married. Their love was broken. When the father looked at Alice, she looked at the time very much like her mother. Thereafter, Alice was looked like her mother, resembled like her mother. Thereafter, the children began to grow fainter because the children are moving away. Because they began to go away further and further till the father could hardly see them. He didn't able to see them, because they are moving far away, further and further away. Because he was
They were imagining him.
they were imagined character. Here the
Imaginary.
meaning is that when he woke up, found himself in an armed chair. Okay, he was dreaming everything. He was dreaming all the characters. Okay, when he woke up, all the characters are gone away. The two characters. What are the names? The children name, Alice and
John and
John,
Alice.
were not at all children at all. They were only what might have been. They were just dream characters. When he woke up, he found himself in an armed chair. He had fallen asleep and he had been dreaming. He had been dreaming. James Elia had vanished, had disappeared. On the chair was only Charles Lamb. In the chair, there was only one man. Who is he? That is
Charles
Charles Lamb.
Lamb.
Are you able to understand the summary of Dream Children?
Yes, sir.
Right. Here, I conclude that Dream Children A Reverie is a beautiful, imaginative, and creative moving essay that explores the various human condition, themes such as loss of love, beautiful memory, and the power of imagination. Okay. So here, loss of love refers to the loss of love of Aunt Simmons. Beautiful memory, remembering about the great grandmother, Mrs. Field, and his brother, John, who is lame footed, who was very curious in learning new things. Okay, is mischievous and the power of imagination. Lamb uses the creative imagination, so we ought to define the lines between reality and fantasy. Reality and fantasy. Reality is he was the only one who lives in the home because others were died.
Others were
Okay,
all imaginary.
others were died. For example, great grandmother died. Okay, she died, and John, his brother, also died in the childhood. Okay, that's the imaginary. Okay, he showed the imaginary characters. They are real, but he showed it in imaginary way. He uses his imaginary children to explore the joys and sorrows of his own life and come to terms with the tragedies that have shaped him. Okay, this is what in we can see it in Dream Children. In Dream Children, you can remember. Okay, actually speaking, there are two characters. What are the two Dream Children name?
John and Elise.
What is the great grandmother's character?
Mrs. Field.
Mr. Field.
Mrs. Field. Very good. What is the brother's name?
John. John Lamb.
John.
John Lamb. Very good. And what is the lover name or the
Alice.
children's
And
mother's
Simon.
name? Nancy.
And Simon.
I hope that uh, you understand the concept, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now we are moving to the next one. I just show you. Saroja Church. Wait a minute.
Sir, can I ask you something?
Yes,
Sir, can we get the notes?
I will definitely share notes. Okay, I will give my number. You can
Okay, sir.
ask me.
Thank you.
You can ask me in Gmail. Once I complete the
Okay.
syllabus, I will give all the 2 marks and 5 marks and essay. Okay,
Okay,
don't worry
sir.
about that.
Okay, sir.
Don't worry about the notes.
Okay.
Okay, I will share. I will share all the notes.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You just listen the class. I will give the notes. No problem.
Okay. Okay.
I am clear to you. That is very important. If you understand the concept, mean I will be very happy.
Yes, sir. Your classes are really good.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Your classes are really good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Easy
Thank
to
you very much.
understand.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So you can easily write the exam. Okay. No problem.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. The Wait for a few minutes. I will share my material. Then only you can easily. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
The screen is visible. Right. Now we are moving to the next topic. Uh, the next topic is Sir Roger de Cavalli at church, right? Sir Roger at church. Sir Roger at church. It is in the syllabus. Okay. Now I move to. Are you able to see the PPT file?
Okay.
Is it visible? Is it visible to you?
Yes, sir. Paraphrasing of the essay is visible.
Okay, right. The author is always very happy on Sunday in his village, and he thinks the Holy Sunday is only human institution that can make people civilized. Here we are seeing that Sir Roger at church. In Sir Roger at church, Joseph Addison is the writer. Joseph Addison is the author. He is very famous essayist. He's very famous essayist. When you prepare for your UGC net JRF exam, you can you have to study detail. Okay, now we have only one essay, right? The author is always very happy on Sunday in his village, and he thinks the Holy Sunday is only human institution that can make people civilized. He thinks that he is a priest. The author is a priest here. He thinks that if there were no Sunday, villages would degenerate into savages. If the villagers do not attend that, if do not attend the church, okay, if this in Sunday, if the villagers do not attend the Sunday mass, they will become savages and barbarians. Am I clear to you? Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, the people who are always attending the mass are humane. If they don't attend the mass means they become barbarians. They become barbarians. That's why the author is always the author. That means Sir Roger at church. Sir Roger de Cavalli at church always always ask the people to assemble for church mass. Church mass. On this day, the whole village assembles looking fresh and cheerful in their best dresses. So every Sunday, people will assemble, all the Christians will assemble with sorry with good dress with good dress. Everyone discusses about their everyday life's problem with one another. They talk about economics, okay, and also they talk about many other things. They talk about their everyday life's problems once they attend the church mass. Priest in church, that is the author, explains to them the duties social and spiritual. The author is always, Sir Roger is always, okay, talks about the duties of individual. They have to be spiritual and they have to be socially responsible. They pray together to supreme being, that is Christ. This way they get morality that makes them civilized and more humble. So every Sunday, people have to attend the mass. People have to attend, especially the Christian have to attend the mass with looking fresh and cheerful in their best dresses. Best dresses. Priest is always explaining about them their moral duties. That is, they are socially and spiritually responsible to shape the society. This way, they get morality. The church mass helps them to be more civilized and more humble. Am I clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you please explain the last line once again?
This way they get morality. Morality means they are morally good. Morally good. Once they attend the church mass, when they attend the church mass, okay, they become human. They become human. Are you able to understand this?
Yes, sir.
If
Yes,
they
sir.
don't, if they don't attend the mass, means that the father says that the author says that they become barbarian. They become barbarians and savages. You know that what is barbarian? Barbarians means uncivilized people. Uncivilized people. Am I clear? The last point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. The author says that Sunday clears away the rest of 6 days a week, both physically and spiritually. The people are working for 6 days. The people are working for 6 days. The seventh day is Sunday. So the Sunday makes the people to understand their their life purpose. This refreshes their notion of religion and they thank the God for his mercy. Okay, once they pray to God, okay, they are refreshing, right? At this time everyone tries to impress their opposite sex by their best behavior. It is quite clear that in the olden period you can't see the girls and boys, okay, every time, okay, so you have to see them only in Sundays, because the Sunday mass only you can see the opposite sexes. In order to impress them, they wear good dresses and they show their best behavior. Then they try to show their best quality before the whole villages so that they are admired by all. So it is that they show their best quality to the people, because all the people are assembled in church. Okay, in order to impress the opposite sex, they show their best quality. Boy shows their best quality. The girls show their best quality to the villages. Okay, in city area, people can be seen in market, while people can be seen like this on Sunday in villages. In villages, you can see only the people in Sunday only. This occasion is utilized by people to discuss the village politics before or after the sermon. Okay, the people who are assembled in church discuss the politics, economics, everything before and after the sermon. Then they return their house as new and better human being. So once they are returned to their home, they become better human being. They become better human being. I think you are all following, right?
Yes, sir.
Being a good searchman. Now we are seeing Sir Roger. Okay, we have seen the people's life in villages. They have to attend the mass and they have to show their best behavior. Okay, they have to impress the opposite sex, because in cities you can see the people in all the time, but in villages you can see people only on Sunday. Being a good churchman, Sir Roger had made the church attractive and beautiful from inside through several quotations from the Holy Bible at his own choosing. Okay, so he is a good churchman. He is a good father. He is a good churchman. Sir Roger made the church attractive and beautiful. Attractive and beautiful from inside. Okay. In the inside, he has chosen several quotation. Okay. Several quotation are depicted in the inside of the church. Inside of the church, all the quotation are taken from Holy Bible. Holy Bible. Like this, he also gives a beautiful cloth of his own expense and rail the communion table. Whenever he is in the communion table means whenever he talks with his own people, he always gives the beautiful clothes of his own expense. In his salary, he gives a beautiful clothes to the people. He told the author many times that when he came here, he found people of this village very irregular to church. He says that to the author. Addition that people are very irregular. People are very irregular to attend the church. In order to teach and make them kneel before God, he gave every one of them a asak. Asak here means that a kind of a book, prayer book. Okay, he gives them a asak. Whenever they are kneel down to get, for example, in Christianity, you have to kneel down and you have to get. We know that. Okay, he has given the blood and wine. He has given the priest will give the blood and wine of the Christ. Okay, to the people, to the true Christians. Whenever they kneel down before God, he gave every one of them a sack and also a prayer book. And he is also hired a singing master in order to teach right tune and rhythm of prayer to the villages. He has given prayer book and a kind of a sack, and also hired the master, appointed a singing master. Okay, because the people have to follow the singing master. Okay, whenever the when the singing master sings, people have to tune with and rhythm of prayer. Okay, because he is always very particular about, okay, how to conduct the church, how to conduct the mass. On this, they feel proud now that now they can sing their prayer in a more better way. Indeed, it is best search of all that the author seen before his life. Okay, this is the best church because he has given clothing. The Sir Roger has painted the wall with beautiful quotation. Am I clear to you? Has painted the wall
Yes,
with
sir.
beautiful quotation from the Holy Bible. So whenever you enter the church, you can see the beautiful quotation from Holy Bible. Okay. For example, whenever you attend the college or school, you can see the quotation from Abdul Kalam or quotation from great writers in order to motivate the students, right? In church, he quoted from the Bible. He beautifully decorated the church with beautiful quotation, and also he gives free clothing to his communion people. And whenever the people are irregular, he gave them a sack and a prayer book, and also hired means rented. That means he appointed a singing master to teach right tune and rhythm of prayer to the villages. He is a landlord of the whole congregation. Sir Roger de Coverley is the landlord of whole congregation. He has all the responsibility of church and prayer. He is having the full responsibility. We can say that the whole congregation means the whole village. He is the landlord. So he is very strict for his rules and regulation. He is very strict. He asks the people to follow the rules and regulation. They have to be, they have to follow the very good manner in every way possible. He never allows anyone to let sleep while praying. Whenever praying is going on, he never allows anyone to sleep. If someone sleeps, okay, in the prayer means, if someone sleeps in the prayer means, he suddenly looks up around and asks his servant to wake them up. He can sleep. He can have a short nap when prayer is going on, but he doesn't allow others to sleep while praying. It is other thing that sometimes he sleeps for a short time. He may sleep for a short time. If by chance after a short nap at sermon, he stands up suddenly and looks around. He suddenly stands up and looks around, and he sees anyone sleeping. Either he goes himself to wake him up or send his servant to do this. He straight away goes to the people those who are sleeping and ask them to, okay, wake him up. And he has sent his servants to do this. He is like an old knight. He is like an old soldier. He is like an old soldier who is little whimsical by nature. And this type of particularities are seen on this occasion. He is very, very strict. That is, he doesn't allow any people to sleep in the church. Okay. He is always following strict rules and regulation. Though he may have, sometimes he may have some nap. He sleeps for a short time. Whenever he sleeps, he just stands up suddenly and look around the people. If anyone sleeps, okay, he straight away goes to people and wake him up, or send his servants to wake them up. Okay. Sometimes when he became happy with his own devotion, for example, when he is very happy, he says Amen. Amen. In Christianity, we say that Amen. Amen. Okay. He says 3 to 4 times in the same prayer. He says 3 to 4 times the same prayer. But actually, they can say, the priest will say only 1 or 2 times. Okay. But if he is very happy, he became happy with his own devotion, he says Amen 3 or 4 times in the same prayer. And sometimes when people kneel before God, he counts everyone. He counts all the people. He takes attendance. Whenever you attend the prayer in church, the priest will ask, okay, who is not attending, who is the absentee. He will always ask why he is not coming, why he is not attending the prayer. For example, if you are a true Christian, if you don't attend the prayer, the father will always ask why this family will not attend the prayer. He asks the question. In the same way, here, whenever people kneel before God, he stands up to count and see if anyone is missing. If anyone is missing. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he's just remember that he is the landlord. He is very strict and disciplined. Okay, he maintains good manners to the people. He never allows any people to sleep. If anyone sleeps, what does he do? If anyone sleeps in the church, what does he do?
He'll tell the servants to wake them up.
Or he goes straight away to wake him up. Yeah.
Huh.
Okay, he straight away goes. Sometimes
Okay.
he sends his servants to do this.
Wake
Okay,
them up.
and also he's a old knight. He's always particular about everything. He's particular about everything. Okay, whenever people sing the psalm, PSALMS, psalm means prayer song. He is singing for a minute. Okay, people complete the singing, but he sings for more than 1 minute. Okay, after when he is very happy with his own devotion, he says Amen 3 to 4 times in the same prayer. Amen, 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 Amen. He may say 3 to 4 times. They can say only 1 or 2 times, but whenever he is very happy with his own devotion, he says that.
Devotion.
When the people kneel down, okay, all the people kneel down before God, okay, he counts the people if there anyone missing. The last day, Arthur was very surprised to hear his friend Sir Roger in the midst of the prayer, reminding a man named Johann Matthews not to disturb the people in church while praying. On the last day, the author Joseph Buddison sees his friend. Okay, he reminds the character name Jogan Matthews. Jogan Matthews was famous for being idle person, and this time he was kicking his heels on floor to play. Sir, we have to remember only Sir Roger's behavior. Sir Roger's behavior appears very odd. Appears, remember that odd. He is helpful, and at the same time he helps many people. Okay, he gives a piece of when someone sings, when someone says, when some boys, some girls sings properly means he gives a piece of cake, right? He's very helpful, and at the same time he's very odd. He's very odd. He's like a He seems to extricating his authority at a night in church, but is not peculiar to his behavior, that always with him in all circumstances of life, that inspire people to be a good man. Okay, sometimes he is very odd, he is very odd, his behavior is not good at all the time, but he inspires people. He inspires people. There is not anything bad in his character to see. He may be odd, he may be strict, but you cannot find any bad character in his life. Okay, it is more so because they know that Sir Roger is essentially a man of good thinking, a man of people understand him that he is a man of good thinking. He is a really a well-wisher by art. He is a really a well-wisher by art. Therefore, they see the singularities in his behavior in an opposite way. This do not hide his good quality, rather it highlights a deep effect upon his people. So, though there are some odd behavior in his character, people will not bother all these things because the people understand him that he is a man of good thinking. He is always helpful to people. He is really a well wisher. He is really a well wisher. For example, if he asks someone why he is absent, why she is absent means he wants to help them. He wants to help the woman or boy. Okay, that's why people understand him that he is a good man. He is a good man. People know him that he is a very good man. Very good man. Okay, it's time now. We have to I complete other things in the next class. Before that, you just go through it. Right? Happy learning. Thank you very much. So
Okay,
we
sir.
have to
Thank
cover.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
We have
sir.
to cover. We have to cover 3 or 4 points. I can cover in the next class. Okay, don't worry about that.
Okay, sir.
Just, just to try to read.
Okay, sir.
Okay, am I
Okay,
clear
sir.
to you?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
O- Okay,
Okay.
okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Very happy morning, students.
Morning, ma'am.
Happy Sunday.
Happy
But
Sunday,
it's not
ma'am.
a happy Sunday. You are there in the class. So, okay. Only for 1 or 2 weeks, no? Okay. How are
Yeah,
you all?
ma'am.
How are you all? Fine?
We are good, ma'am. How about you?
Yes.
Fine, ma, fine. I just want to know, like, any of the students here, do you have, is there anybody whose mother tongue is other than Tamil?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm a Malayali.
Oh, you are a Malayali. But when I speak Tamil, you can understand Tamil.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Anybody else here other than Shifa, whose mother tongue is other than Tamil? Because then and there I use bilingual for better understanding. That's why I just want to know prior. If so, I won't use bilingual. That's why. Okay, I think in that case, except Shifa, all the people you are from the Tamil background. Okay, fine. Okay. Today, let us go to the next unit, second unit. Have you got your textbooks, Ma, Shifa?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you belong to calendar year or academic year?
2024 January batch. Calendar year.
Oh, calendar year. Okay. Then this is semester pattern, not semester?
I'm a non-semester pattern.
Oh, non-semester. Then you'll be having your exam somewhere only in the later part of the year, is it not? So you'll be
Yeah,
getting
ma'am.
probably you'll be getting your paper. Okay. Till then, let us have a look at like what we had yesterday. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Today, okay, okay, ma. Uh, uh, just a minute. I'll share my screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Today's second unit, we have only two poems in the second unit. Okay, so we have plenty of time. We can go very slowly, analyzing the poem. So let me just share the screen. Please bear with me for a few minutes. I'll share the screen. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Today I'm going to deal with the second unit, right? So second unit we have two poems. One is by Dryden, John Dryden's a song for Saint Cecilia's Day. The next one is William Blake's Chimney Sweeper, right? So let us deal with the first one, Dryden. So I'll just before getting into the poem, I just want to give you. um an intro, a biography about. Uh, okay, it goes like this. Okay, can you see the screen now? Can you see the screen
Yes,
now?
ma'am. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay. Dryden, about the author, about the poet. So we need to have a small intro about the poet, biography of Dryden. So Dryden was an English poet, critic, and playwright, and he belongs to the 17th century, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So over the span of nearly 40 years, he dabbled in a wide range of genres of great success and acclaim. As a poet, he is best known as a satirist. So this is very important. He is a satirical poet. So can you just any one of you tell me what do you mean by this term satire? Satire, 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 satirical speech. We say satire. Satire is similar to mocking, mockers, making fun of, criticizing, right? So he is a satirist and was England's first poet laureate in 1668. And in addition to satire, he has written elegies, prologues, epilogues, odes, and panegyrics. So his most famous poem is Absalom and Achitophel, and Dryden was influential in Restoration England, and the period was known to be the Age of Dryden. So his age, I mean his period of living, we have a separate term like Age of Dryden, where he leads that age, and rest of the successors come under him. Okay, so born in Vicarage in Northamptonshire, Dryden was a son of the parliamentary supporters, but exhibited royalist sympathies early. His poem, he has written many poems, and they support royals and all those. Like, okay, next para, he wrote plays throughout 1670s. He is not only a poet; he has written plays also. So he has throughout 1670s, and was the forefront of the restoration comedy. Okay, and his plays were never as successful as his poetry. So he was successful only as a poet than a playwright, and he eventually turned back to satires. In the satires that he wrote, he often took aim at the Whigs, which earned him attention from Charles II. So King Charles II, who was a ruler at that period, so he made a satirical tone. His tone was satirical. His work was satirical, focusing on attention on this Charles II king. Okay, so in 1680s, Dryden converted to Catholicism and set to work criticizing Anglican Church. And at the end of his career, he returned to theatrical writing and also took up translation. He died in the year 1700. Okay, a small intro about him, which I wanted to share with you. Okay, now let us get into the poem. So, is the screen visible now? The next
Yes,
screen?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the poem is A Song for Saint Cecilia's Day. Okay, so this is actually a long poem, a bit long poem. So, published in the year 1687 in celebration of a religious holiday. Okay, commemorating Saint Cecilia, a Catholic martyr and patron saint of music and musicians. So, this Cecilia, who is this person? This person is actually a Catholic martyr, and to commemorate him, it was declared as a religious holiday. So, as we have already come across that he is a satirical poet, he is making this. This is a satirical poem that he mocks at the holiday that is being declared for. So, Dryden in his poem celebrates music and his intimacy with human emotions. So, religious truth and the makings of the universe. So, in what way poem like in what way music intimacy with the music is very intimate with human emotions, because whomsoever it is, even the person may not have very much interest towards music, but still wherever we hear music, unknowingly, unconsciously, we are inclined towards that musical tone. Everybody, you, me, everybody, whomsoever it is, because music is such a magical tone. Okay, so he here in this poem he talks about, he celebrates music and in what way that is connected with human emotions, religion, and the makings of charge it. And the makings of uh, the universe. The speaker describes a variety of different musical instruments as well as narratives that involve both music and Christian faith. Okay, so in what way these two are connected? So Dryden wrote this poem in the later years of his career after his rise to literary fame in 1660s, and 30 years, I mean 13 years prior to his death. And this addresses a Catholic holiday. The poet himself was raised as a Puritan, and the tensions between Puritanism and music, festivity and celebration. So these are all what that he has focused in the poem. Okay. So reading this poem, it pays close attention to the different ways in which music is characterized by the speaker and positioned in relation to values such as faith and knowledge. So totally, the entire poem focuses on music. Okay, in what way music is connected with the different aspects of human living. Okay, and the music itself, practical music, the music of opera and public concert, and the music of the highly trained status seeking professional. So all these, there are so many I mean, so many ways through which we use music, purposes, I should say, not ways, through so many purposes for which we use this music. Okay, and let us have a look at the text. We cannot go with the text because it is too lengthy. Just have a look at the text, because if we go with the text, no time won't be sufficient. So I'll just give a detailed explanation of this. Uh, okay, summary. So this actually, it consists of seven stanzas. Okay, this poem, it consists of seven stanzas and the grand chorus. So we can come across in literature, we come across many chorus situations, right? So if we not only in poetry, even the chorus is mainly connected with plays. Okay, Shakespearean drama, Shakespeare's drama, we come across many chorus in the plays. So like this, he has used chorus in his poem. Okay, he describes what is the purpose of this chorus is. It describes the involvement of music in both the makings of the universe and subtleties of human emotions and piety. So what is the purpose of using this chorus is, in order to bring coordination, making of the universe is coordination and subtleties of human emotions. Like we talk about the subtle features of human emotions. Okay, and coming to the stanza wise summary here, the first stanza, an unnamed speaker opens the poem by describing how the world was created according to a certain kind of heavenly or harmony or divine order. Okay, it begins, the poem begins with describing how the world is connected with the heavenly. So we are all connected with the heavenly harmony, is it not? So the music is the one, it acts as a connection between human beings down the earth with the heavenly bodies. Okay, so from aquatic state, nature was summoned to existence by music. So a chaotic status, where we have like a universe where we have scattered atoms, scattered things, and people are scattered. We have so many noises, so many different types of sounds, all those. So that is what chaotic state, and nature was summoned to exist. So nature also is always connected with music. Okay, that is what he says. The creation of the universe initiated by the command of music, then culminated in the creation of man. So music, in a way, it has helped in creation of man also, because you can imagine, like for every we have a tradition according to Indian tradition. I would like to correlate our Indian tradition, where for every where every events, not incidents, every events, it can be either good or bad. Over the years, we have been following a pattern of a sound pattern, what do you call a song. Okay, but off late, that is not being followed in all the places. But previously, they used to have, for good occasions, for bad events, for bad incidents, for everything, we used to follow with a song. Okay, so this is how it is being, human is being connected with music, and when we say music, it is automatically connected with nature. Okay, so the creation of nature. And okay, the next, coming to the second stanza. In stanza 2, the speaker goes on to describe music's capacity to inspire passion, giving us an example, the story of Jubal, the very first musician mentioned in the Old Testament. So, Old Testament is, it's a Bible version, is it not? So it is mentioned there, like we have a story of Jubal. So where the second stanza, the poet, he talks about music's capacity to inspire passion of an individual. Okay, correlating the first musician in the world and the power of his instrument to move the hearts of his listeners. So, in what way he was very powerful in coordinating, in putting his people together, bringing people together. Okay, so music coordinates people, music brings people together. Am I right? Is it correct? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma. Okay. Are you all able to follow me, ma? Am I clear? My voice has me. Is my voice audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Now coming to stanza 3. Okay. From stanza 3 to stanza 6. Common. It's given a common statement here. The speaker describes different musical instruments and their abilities to incite different kinds of emotions. So for every musical instrument, it is connected with a particular emotion. Okay, so if it is a happy emotion, we have a particular sound pattern. If it is a sad emotion, so all these you could have come across in the cinematography. Yes, so சினிமாவில் வந்து பார்க்குறோம் இல்லையா, ஸோ இது ஹாப்பியாக இருந்தால் ஒரே ஹை பீச்சில் சவுண்ட் வருது. ஸோ அப்போ மோர்னிங்காக இருந்தது, சேடாக இருந்தோம்னா உடனே அப்படியே லோ பீச்சில் சவுண்ட் ஒரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஸோ ஒரு மாதிரி ப்ளசன்ட் ஹாப்பிங்கிறதோட ஒரு ப்ளசன்ட் சுச்சுவேஷன் அப்படின்னா அதோட மியூசிக் பேட்டர்ன் வேற மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஒரு ஈவினிங் டைமு, ஒரு நைட்ல ஒரு ப்ளசண்டான நைட் அப்படின்னா அதோட மியூசிக் பேட்டர்ன் வேற மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஸோ இது எல்லாமே நம்ம வந்து we might have come across in cinematography. The same he deals with here. Okay, so ஒரு music, even if you take classical music, for every what do you call, for every situations we have a rhyme. ஓகே, ஸோ ஒரு இதுக்கும் ஒரு ராகம் இருக்கு நமக்கு இல்லையா, கிளாசிக்கல் மியூசிக்ல. ஸோ மழை வரத்துக்கு ஒரு ராகம் இருக்கு, ஹாப்பிக்கு ஒரு ராகம் இருக்கு, ஸோ அதே மாதிரி சேட்னஸ்க்கு இருக்கு. ஸோ எல்லாத்துக்குமே ஒரு ராகம். எதுக்கு அது மாதிரி இருக்காங்க, அந்த டிஃப்ரெண்ட் எமோஷன்ஸை டிஃப்ரெண்ட் பேட்டர்னோட கனெக்ட் பண்றது. எதுக்கு அப்படின்னா human emotions, as there are different sorts of human emotions, the same should be there with music, only then it can coordinate. Okay, the same he talks here also. So we can correlate. It is not only with the western country, நம்ம இந்தியன் சிஸ்டம்லேயே இது எல்லாமே இருக்குது. Though he is a western poet, we can correlate always all whatever the points people say. Literature, that is what the beauty of literature, ma. So being literature students, I sincerely suggest you and advise you, because you're all first year students. So I suggest you and advise you, right from the first year, please involve and study, because we literature students, we focus, I mean our literatures, I mean most of the literatures are psychological based. ஆத்தரோட சைக்கலாஜிக்கல் பேஸ்டு ஒர்க் இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரி ஹியூமன் எமோஷன்ஸ் பேஸ்டு இருக்கும். ஏன்னா லிட்ரேச்சருங்கிறதே வந்து நமக்கு வந்து இட் இஸ் பியூர்லி கனெக்டட் வித் ஹியூமன் பீயிங். ஓகே, ஸோ அப்போ வந்து யூ ஹாவ் டு ஃபீல் இட் அண்ட் ரீட். தட் இஸ் வாட் மை ரெக்வெஸ்ட் இஸ். டோன்ட் ரீட் இட் just for getting a degree. Getting a degree, you may have your own purpose of studying this course, right? But apart from it, try to involve yourself and enjoy and read literature. Literature should be enjoyed and read. Only then you can feel it. ஏனோ தானோன்னு படிக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னாக்கா அந்த லிட்ரேச்சரை வந்து நம்ம வந்து அனுபவிக்க முடியாமே போயிடும். ஸோ லிட்ரேச்சர் ஒரு ஒர்க்கும் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னாக்கா நமக்கு வந்து சோல்ஃபுல்லாக நம்ம அதை இன்வால்வ் ஆகணும். ஆனோம் அப்படின்னாக்கா ரொம்ப எக்ஸலண்ட்டான ஒரு இது வந்து நம்ம வந்து அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்க முடியும். லிட்ரேச்சர் மூலமா எல்லாத்தையுமே நம்ம சொல்ல முடியும், ஹியூமன் எமோஷன்ஸ். ஸோ லிட்ரேச்சர் இஸ் அ பார்ட் அண்ட் பார்சல் ஆஃப் ஹியூமன் எமோஷன்ஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ தட் இஸ் வாட் he says here. And stanza 3, it describes the trumpet and the drum and their power to inspire militant anger. ஸோ இப்போ ஆங்கராக இருக்கும், ஒரு இதாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னா அந்த ட்ரம்பெட்டு ட்ரம்மு இல்லையா, ஒரு வார் வேஜ் பண்ணுறோம், ஒரு மிலிட்டன்ட் ஆங்கர் இருக்குது அப்படின்னா உடனே பேக்ரவுண்ட் எப்படி இருக்கும், ட்ரம்பெட் ட்ரம் எல்லாம் இருக்கும். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம வேர்ட்ஸே பேச வேண்டாம், பேசாமையே வந்து நமக்கு இந்த மியூசிக் மூலமாவே என்னது அந்த சுச்சுவேஷனை வில் பி ஏபிள் டு make people understand. Okay, so that is the beauty of music. And stanza 4, the ability of the flute and lute to inspire melancholy. ஸோ ஃப்ளூட் இருக்கு, ஃப்ளூட் வாசிக்கும் போது எப்படி இருக்கு நமக்கு, நம்ம ரொம்ப வந்து மெலன்கலியா இருக்கும், நம்ம ரொம்ப என்ஜாய் பண்ணுவோம், ரொம்ப வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அதை, வி லவ் டு ஹியர் இட். ஓகே, ஸோ வி ஈவன் ஃபர்கெட் அவர் செல்ஸ் இன் த மெலடி ஆஃப் இட். ஸோ அது வந்து ஃப்ளூட்டோட ஃப்ளூட் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட்டோட பெக்கூலியாரிட்டி. ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டான்ஸா 5, த டைவர்சிட்டி ஆஃப் ஸ்ட்ராங் எமோஷன்ஸ், jealousy, fury, anger, pain, passion that the violin can incite. ஸோ வயலின் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட் எடுத்தீங்கன்னாக்கா அது ஹியூமன் எமோஷன்ஸ்ல எதெல்லாம் காமிக்க முடியும் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னாக்கா, ஜெலசியை காட்ட முடியும், ஃபர்ரி காட்ட முடியும், ஆங்கர், பெயின், பேஷன், இது எல்லாத்தையுமே என்ன பண்ண முடியும், வயலின் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்டால செய்ய முடியும். ஓகே, அடுத்து ஸ்டான்ஸா 6, இது என்னது, த ஆர்கன்ஸ் கேப்பபிலிட்டி டு இன்ஸ்பயர் பெய்டி. ஸோ அந்த ஆர்கன் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட் இருக்கு இல்லைங்களா, ஸோ அது என்ன பண்ண முடியும், கேப்பபிலிட்டி டு இன்ஸ்பயர் பெய்டி. ஸோ அதை வந்து என்ன பண்ண முடியும், ஹியூமன் பீயிங்கோட அந்த பர்டிகுலர் இதை வந்து ப்ரொஜெக்ட் பண்ண முடியும். அடுத்து ஸ்டான்ஸா 7, இட் கண்டினியூஸ் த ப்ரீவியஸ் ஸ்டான்ஸாஸ் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் ஆஃப் த ஆர்கன், எலாபரேட்டிங் அப்பான் இட்ஸ் அப்பியரன்ஸ் இன் த ஸ்டோரி. ஸோ இது எல்லாம் எதுக்கு சொல்றாருன்னா, இப்போ இந்த ஸ்டோரியோட கலெக்ட் பண்றாரு. ஸ்டோரி யாரு, செயின்ட் சிசிலியா இல்லையா. ஸோ அதுதான் நம்மளோட டைட்டில், செயின்ட் சாங் ஃபார் செயின்ட் சிசிலியாஸ் டே. ஸோ alluding to Roman mythology, the speaker argues Saint Cecilia's organ possesses a power superior to that of Orpheus' lyre, in that the former even caused an angel to mistake earth for heaven. ஸோ இது மாதிரி ஒரு இது என்ன அப்படின்னா, சிசிலியா வச்சிருந்த ஒரு ஆர்கன் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட். அது என்ன அப்படின்னா, இட் ஹாஸ் அ பவர்ஃபுல், இட் வாஸ் வெரி பவர்ஃபுல், இட் வாஸ் வெரி சுப்பீரியர். எதுக்கு அப்படின்னா, அந்த ஒரு ஹெவன்ல இருக்கிற ஏஞ்சல்ஸ் எல்லாம் நம்ம எர்த்த ஹெவன் நினைச்சுக்கிட்டு இங்க வந்துடுறாங்களாம். ஸோ அந்த அளவுக்கு என்ன இருக்குது, அது அந்த அளவுக்கு அது வந்து ஒரு பவர்ஃபுல்லான இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட். ஸோ த கிராண்ட் கோரஸ் க்ளோசஸ் த போயம் வித் த டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் ஆஃப் த ட்ரெட்ஃபுல் ஆர் in which the spheres of the world are reordered, the reign of the great creator is God, is celebrated, the existing laws of the world are reversed, and the universe is rebuilt and reconstructed with the force of music. ஸோ என்ன சொல்றாரு இவர், இந்த போயம் வந்து அந்த சிசிலியாவோட மெமோரிக்காக அந்த டே பண்றாங்க. அந்த நாள்ல சிசிலியாவோட கிட்ட இருந்த அந்த ஆர்கன் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட் அதை வச்சு என்ன பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னாக்கா, we will be able to use it, that gives different sorts of music, and we can reorder the life, and the existing laws of the world can be reversed, and the universe can be rebuilt and restructured. ஸோ அந்த மியூசிக் மூலமா நம்ம யூனிவர்ஸே என்ன பண்ண முடியும், டாப்ஸி டர்வி மாதிரி தலைக்கீழே போட்டு என்ன பண்ண முடியும், நல்ல விஷயங்களை சேஞ்ச் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாரு. ஓகேவா, he says it has the capability to change everything. Okay, you can think about who is Cecilia, a small character sketch about Cecilia. Saint Cecilia is the patroness of music and musicians in several Christian traditions. Okay, she was a famous Roman martyr who, despite her vow of virginity, was forced by her parents to marry a pagan nobleman. And during her wedding, Cecilia is said to have sat apart from the ceremony and sung her praises to God, which later earned her the title of patroness of musicians. Okay, so her feast is celebrated on November 22nd. ஸோ இந்த இதுதான் வந்து அவங்க என்ன அப்படின்னாக்கா, ஷீ இஸ் மோர் ஆர்லெஸ் லைக் எ பியூரிட்டன், காடை பற்றி ரொம்ப ப்ரைஸ் பண்ணி அவங்களுடைய மியூசிக்கல் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட்ல பேசுகிறவங்க. ஸோ வென் ஷீ யூஸ்ட் இட், தட் இஸ் ஹவு ஷீ மேட் பாப்புலர். ஸோ என்ன வாட் டஸ் Dryden wants to say through this poem is, see, you are commemorating the death of a musician, a patroness of musician. ஸோ அப்போ அந்த நாளில் வந்து you need to glorify music. Okay, so instead of it, don't declare it as a holiday, try to glorify the person, the unique qualities of the person அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சொல்றாங்க. Okay, yeah? So that is how this poem ends. I hope all of you have understood the poem. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, now moving on to the next one. The next poem is Chimney Sweeper. Okay, so next is William Blake's Chimney Sweeper. Uh, I'll just go to the biography of chimney sweeper. Okay, William Blake. Yes, can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, William Blake. Yes, William Blake is the poet. He's the writer of this Chimney Sweeper, a poem which we have in our syllabus. Okay, William Blake is basically a poet, a painter, engraver, and a visionary. Visionary. Okay, so he worked to bring about a change in the social order and the minds of the men. Okay, though in his lifetime his work was largely neglected and dismissed, he is now considered one of the leading lights of English poetry, and his works has only grown in popularity. So when he was alive, his poems were not recognized, but after his death, his poems gained recognition. And now in the field of literature, we consider we consider him to be one of the leading lights of the English poetry. Okay, and his works has only grown in popularity. It's very popular now. When you take the life of William Blake, uh, um, Blake neither wrote nor drew for the many, hardly for the work day men at all, rather for children and angels, himself a divine child whose playthings were sun, moon, stars, heavens, and the earth. And Blake himself believed that his writings were of national importance and that they could be understood by a majority of his peers. Okay, so his writings were he is what do you call he writes for a social cause. Okay, so he thinks like it is of national importance and that they could be understood by majority of the people. And far from being an isolated mystic, he lived and worked in the teeming metropolis of London at a time of great social and political change, and profoundly influenced by his writing. In addition to being considered one of the most visionary of English poets and one of the great progenitors of Romanticism, his visual artwork is highly regarded around the world. Okay, so he's being regarded as a very what do you call exemplary poet. So born in the year 1757. So unlike many writers, he was born to a family of moderate background. So he had a respectable neighborhood. So seven children. He was born amongst. He had seven. He was born amongst seven children to his parents, and only five of them survived. Okay. Now Blake had a pleasant and peaceful childhood, and how did he take up this profession? I mean, take up this literature. Okay, at the age of 21, he left Bazai's apprenticeship and enrolled in the Royal Academy. He earned his living as a journeyman. Booksellers employed him to engrave illustrations for publications. So this is how he gradually he gained interest. Okay, and mm, houses, churches, prisons were burned by uncontrollable mobs uh, during 1780. Okay, and he found himself one amongst them, and it's a bit long biography. Okay, uh, now coming to this poem here. Okay, this Chimney Sweeper by Blake was written in 1789. It's a collection, what you call Songs of Innocence. This is told from the perspective of a young chimney sweep, a boy who has been sold into labor by his father. Okay, this poem, the central idea of this poem is messages. A boy is being sold to labor by his own father. The sweep meets a new recruit at the chimney sweeping gang named Tom Dacker, who arrives terrified. And after the speaker tries to reassure Tom, Tom dreams of an angel who sets the chimney sweeps free, allowing them to play in green fields and then ascend to heaven. And this dream seems to suggest that if boys are obedient workers, they will get into heaven. And the poem takes issue with this idea, suggesting that it is a form of indoctrination of the for the church. And this is published in Songs of Experience. So it's a small background about the poem. Now coming to the poem's paraphrasing. See, for every stanza we have a paraphrase here. What you come across on the screen. Can you see the screen, ma?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So you have the text this side, and this side we have the paraphrase. Okay, when my mother died, I was very young, and my father sold me, while yet my tongue could scarcely cry, weep, weep. So before he was able to cry, weep, before he was able to speak, he was being sold by his father. So your chimneys I sweep, and in suit I sleep. So there is a little Tom. Okay. There is little Tom Dactyl who cried when his head that curled like a lamb's back was shaved. So I said, "Hush, Tom, never mind it, for when your head's bare, you know that the suit cannot spoil your white hair." So now coming to this paraphrase. Okay, the first two stanza. So he opens the poem with, I was just a little boy when my mother died. So my father sold me into chimney sweep profession before I even knew how to speak. Since then, all I have done is sweep chimneys and sleep covered in dirt. So this is about his boyhood. Yes, songs of innocence. That is why it is called songs of innocence. Yes. So a new boy arrived one day. His name was Tom. He cried when his curly lamb, like hair, was shaved off. I told him not to worry. With a shaven head, his beautiful locks wouldn't have to get dirty from all the chimney dust. So, can you understand these two stanzas explanation? He talks about his own childhood there, and there where he came across another boy by name Tom, who was also who was also arrived there to be a chimney sweeper. And that boy cried when he joined there. His hair was shaved off, so that boy was crying to uh, 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 Blake, and he told him not to worry. And his because his beautiful locks hair will be dirty. It will get dirty from the chimney dust, and he spent his boyhood, I mean childhood, in the dirt, sleeping in the dirt. Who? Blake. Okay. So later that night, Tom fell asleep. He had a vision in a dream. He saw row upon row of dead chimney sweepers in black coffins. So what happened one day, all of a sudden, one night, Tom had a dream where he saw row and row of all those chimney sweepers being, they are dead and they are being kept in coffins. Okay, an angel came along with a key and unlocked the coffins, setting the sweeps free. Then they frolic in green fields, bathing in clear water and basking in the sun. So, what happened in the dream? He would immediately see an angel coming there and opening, unlocking all the coffins and setting free all these sweepers. Then they jump and get into the green field. They bathe in clear water and they enjoy the sun. They are with the nature. Okay, and naked, clean, and without their work implements, the sweeps rise up to heaven on clouds and play in the wind. The angel tells Tom that if he behaves well, God will take care of him and make sure he is happy. Yes, so the angel whom he came across in his dream, the angel said, "So if you believe God and if you behave well, be a good human being, God will take care of you and He makes sure that you are kept happy." Okay, so this is how the angel convinced all these chimney, the sweepers, and especially Tom. And the next day, Tom woke up. We got out of bed before dawn and went with our bags and chimney brushes to our work. It was a cold morning, but Tom seemed fine. If we all just work hard, nothing bad will happen. Okay, so this is actually instead of talking, commenting, or criticizing the work we do, it is good that if we work hard, we'll have a good prize for it. So nothing bad will happen and we'll be rewarded by God. So the strong belief should be there with every human being. So this is a theme of the poem. Hardship and innocence is we don't bother about any cunningness or any clever attitude. We simply discharge our duty, so automatically we'll be given by God what we really deserve. Okay, so this is what how the poem ends with. And we have the themes also. I think all these you'll have in your textbook. So for the poetry, generally the questions that will be asked is they'll be asking themes. Okay, summarizing the poem will be there. Apart from it, themes. Okay, so a theme of the poem. So here what you come across, the theme of the poem is
It's
hardship and
about the
childhood.
children.
Huh?
Sorry,
Hard
ma'am. Nothing.
Inma?
Nothing, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay, hardship and childhood. Okay, so in what way he has spent his childhood, hardships that he faced. Yes, so this is one of the themes of the poem. Another one is a religion and redemption. So this is a poem about salvation from a life of hardship. So young children should have belief in religion, whatever may be the religion. They should have belief in God. Okay, and only then they'll have good life ahead. So it talks about this also. So this is the main theme of this poem. Okay. Okay, now we have finished the next poem also. Shall we go to the third unit? So why to waste, we still have time to go. We'll go for the
Ma'am, one simple question.
pardon.
Last year we discussed about uh, this John Milton's How Soon Hath Time, right? That time you told we'll be discussing the team symbols in next class.
Pardon, I don't get you.
Uh, Last time with the poem 3, How Soon Hath Time, you told
uh,
we will be discussing team symbols next time.
I'll be discussing
Team symbols.
what, ma? I don't get you.
Symbols of the poem.
Symbol.
Huh. Yes, ma'am.
Milton's.
John Milton's How Soon Have Time.
How soon hath time? Symbolism, use of symbols.
Yes, use of symbols.
Didn't I deal with it yesterday?
No, we left it for the next class.
Okay, wait. We had the. Okay, let me check it out. Wait, just give me time. I
Oh,
just give me just 1 or 2 minutes. I'll take that file.
okay, ma'am. Okay.
How soon hath time? We have discussed the summary, no?
Yeah, we have discussed the summary.
Okay. Symbolism. Just a minute. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes, please. Let me take the symbol. Rhyme, structure, theme. Hmm. Were we having that symbols in the text which we looked yesterday? No. Yesterday's text which we had a look, அதில் symbols இருந்ததா?
Ma'am, I don't have textbook.
Don't remember. Okay. Okay, here we have. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay. Symbols, yes. How soon hath time the subtle thief of youth? Yes. Okay. I will share the screen. Okay. This is what we came across yesterday. Now it's talking about the symbols. Okay. So here, look into the fourth line here that is being shaded. Spring. The term spring is one of the symbol. So what he says is the speaker compares himself to the spring here. Okay, so spring, whenever the spring season comes, spring is one of the season, 4 seasons, is it not? So what is a peculiarity, speciality of the spring season? It produces buds, blossoms, ripe fruit. Okay, so it is actually prosperity. Okay, so it is being used, the word is being used here in order to symbolize, like he plays on a standard trope of Renaissance poetry. This poet, who, Milton, he stands like how the, when the spring season comes, how everything flourishes. The same way the Renaissance, poetic Renaissance period, he flourished as a famous poet. Okay, so Renaissance poets often compared the course of human life to the course of the year, and the Renaissance reader would have been aware of the general context that symbolic language usually appears in love poetry. Okay, and here in this, how soon hath time, actually the full title of the poem is, look at the left side here in the text, this how soon hath time, the subtle thief of youth. So this is the full title of the poem. So in this poem, the symbol of spring serves as a double purpose. One is, it shows Milton's speaker has failed to accomplish what he thinks he is supposed to have accomplished by this point. We could find, I hope you remember the summary. So இந்த ஏஜ்ல நான் என்னெல்லாம் அக்கம்ப்ளிஷ் பண்ணியிருக்கணுமோ அதை நான் பண்ணலை. When compared with the other people, I feel it is personal view. So it is my feeling that I have not acquired whatever the age has to acquire அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு சைடு. ஸோ அப்போ வந்து his spring is late. ஸ்ப்ரிங் சீசன் வந்தாலே எல்லாமே பிளாசம் ஆகும். பட் அவனுடைய லைஃப்ல வந்து ஸ்ப்ரிங்குங்கிறது லேட்டா வந்திருக்குது. ஸோ த பட் ஆர் பிளாசம் டு விச் ஹீ ரெஃபர்ஸ், த ஸ்பீக்கர் ரெஃபர்ஸ், இஸ் நாட் ஸ்பெசிஃபைட் பட் இஸ் இம்ப்ளைட் டு ரெஃபரன்ஸ் டு சம் சார்ட் ஆஃப் ஒர்க். த ஸ்பீக்கர் ஹாஸ் பொட்டென்ஷியல் பட் ஹாஸ் எட் டு கிரியேட் எனி திங். ஸோ பொட்டென்ஷியாலிட்டி இருந்தாலும் அங்கே அவுட் சைடு வேர்ல்டுக்கு நம்ம என்ன ஆகணும், எக்ஸிபிட் ஆகணும். அவுட் சைட் வேர்ல்டுக்கு நம்ம எக்ஸிபிட் ஆகணும், அதுதான் முக்கியம். எஸ், அதுதான் வந்து இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். பட் மில்டன், அக்கார்டிங் டு மில்டன் வந்து ஏஜ் 23 இயர்ஸ் தானே அங்கே நேற்று வந்ததே நமக்கு இல்லையா? ஸோ அந்த ஏஜ் ஆனாலும் அந்த ஏஜுக்குரிய அந்த ஃபேமஸோ அந்த ஒரு க்ளோரியோ என்ன 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 ஆகலை, அவர் க்ளோரிஃபை ஆகலை அப்படிங்கிறது அவர் வந்து ஃபீல் பண்ணுறாரு. ஸோ இன் தேட் கேஸ் in his life spring has not yet come, it has been delayed. அதுதான் இங்கே சிம்பிள். ஓகேயா? ஸோ இது வந்து the speaker has potential but has yet to create anything of merit like a spring flower. ஸோ இங்க இருக்கு பாருங்க இந்த சென்டென்ஸ், that has yet to bloom and is running out of time to do so before before winter. வின்டருங்கிறது என்னது? சிம்பிள் ஆஃப் டெத். சம்மருங்கிறது சிம்பிள் ஆஃப் ஸ்ப்ரிங்குங்கிறது சிம்பிள் ஆஃப் ப்ராஸ்பெரிட்டி, க்ரோத். வின்டருங்கிறது சிம்பாலிக் ஆஃப் டெத்து. ஓகேவா? அதை தான் இங்கே அவர் சொல்றாரு. அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா, கம் டு த நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டான்ஸா. Spring as a symbol also shows Milton himself is out of joint with his own culture. He understands its resources, but he refuses to use them the way the poets do. Instead of participating in erotic conventions, he reclaims those conventions for his own purpose. So he has his own way of doing. Okay, so அப்படி இருக்கும்பொழுது என்ன அப்படின்னாக்கா, he is out of joint with his own culture. So he understands but he refuses to go with the way like the other poets do. So அந்த contemporary periodல other poets எப்படி பண்றாங்களோ அந்த பேட்டர்ன்ல போகிறதுக்கு அவர் விரும்பல. He had his own way of doing. So probably that may be the reason why spring has come late in his life. Instead of participating in that, he reclaims his own இது. அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா wings and flight. இது எங்க வருது அப்படின்னாக்கா லைன் 3ல பாருங்க, விங் ஃப்ளை ரெண்டு இருக்கு பாருங்க, ஷேட் ஆயிருக்கு லெஃப்ட் சைட்ல பாருங்க. ஸோ விங்ஸ் அண்ட் ஃப்ளைஸ் அகெயின் இட் evokes the imagery of flight. ஃப்ளைட் அப்படிங்கிறது என்னது? ரைசிங் ஹை இன் லைஃப் இல்லையா? ஸோ அப்போ வந்து கெய்னிங் பாப்புலாரிட்டி. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் மீன்ஸ் டு சிம்பலைஸ் த ஃப்ளீட்டிங் நேச்சர் ஆஃப் டைம். ஸோ அப்போ என்னது? ஃப்ளைட்டுங்கிறது டைம் ஃபாஸ்ட்டாக போகுது, பட் அதே மாதிரி லைஃபும் வந்து ரைஸ் ஆகிறது, ரெண்டுமே இது இண்டிகேட் பண்ணுது. So uncontrollable, uncatchable, like a bird that soars out of humankind's nature, reach. ஸோ மேலே ஃப்ளைட் போகிறத வந்து ஹியூமன் பீயிங்கால் போய் கேட்ச் பண்ண முடியாது. ஸோ அப்போ அந்த அளவுக்கு என்ன அவ்வளோ ஃபாஸ்ட்டாக போகுது. ஸோ அதே மாதிரி நம்ம ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸோட லைஃப்பில் டைமும் வந்து என்ன ஆகுது, இட் மூவ்ஸ் அவுட் வெரி ஃபாஸ்ட். பட் we are unconscious of the time that we have lost in life. Okay, so we want to achieve something, but the time is precious அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம் பாத்தீங்களா, அதுதான் இங்க சொல்றாங்க implied. So we should understand the importance of time and realize that time is very short in our life and we have a long way to go in our life to achieve. Okay, அடுத்தது பாத்தீங்கன்னா விங்ஸ்ங்கிறது என்னது? It is a rich symbol that suggests Christianity's deep connection and authority over the past. விங்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது என்னது? ஃப்ளை அகெயின் இல்லையா? ஸோ நம்பர் ஆஃப் கிரியேச்சர்ஸ் ஹேவ் விங்ஸ். இது வந்து கிரீக் காட்ஸ் அதுலலாம் கோரிலேட் பண்ணி சொல்லியிருக்கிறாரு. நெக்ஸ்ட் இஸ் டைம் ஃபார் தட் மேட்டர், இட் ஃப்ளைஸ் அவே ஃபாஸ்ட். ஓகே, அதுவும் இங்கே திருப்பியும் இங்கே டைமோட தான் கனெக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க விங்ஸை. ஸோ அதே மாதிரி இட் இஸ் ஹார்ட் டு இமேஜின். So a Christian poet like Milton describing angels as thieves and Milton's consistent personification of time and makes it seem more human than a bird. So என்னன்னா அவர் மெயினா எல்லாத்தையுமே டைமோட தான் கனெக்ட் பண்றாரு. ஓகே, ஸோ டைம் வந்து எப்படி விங்ஸ் இருக்கிற பேர்ட்ஸ் வந்து எப்படி ஃபாஸ்ட்டாக ஃப்ளை பண்ணுது. ஸோ அதே மாதிரி ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸில் எவ்ரி ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸ் லைஃப் time flies off very fast like this. So we have to realize that it will fly off and whatever has flown will not come back to us again. Okay, so இந்த ஒரு கான்செப்டை தான் அவர் என்ன பண்றாரு, அடுத்த இதுக்கு சிம்பிள்ஸ்க்கு சொல்றாரு. Okay, I hope I am clear now.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, are you clear now?
Yes, ma'am.
So probably since you don't have material in hand, you find you are in a bit confusion, I suppose.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you have material in hand, no, like even if you have material in hand, like I can share the same on the screen and explain you. But since we don't have material, I have to depend on the other sources, and probably all these will be there in your book. I mean the material which you get. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
You needn't worry about it. Probably let us hope the next week's class you get your material. If the material is there, no, you won't feel like this blankness. So
Yeah, ma'am.
உட்கார்ந்து இருக்கிறதுனால தான் உங்களுக்கு வந்து பிளாங்கா இருக்கு எல்லாமே. இப்போ நீங்க கையில மெட்டீரியல் இருந்து இப்போ நான் சொல்ல அதை ஃபாலோ பண்ணீங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், உங்களுக்கு வந்து இந்த பிளாங்க்னஸ் ஃபீல் இருக்காது. ஓகேவா? ஸோ நோ இஷ்யூஸ். You can contact me at any time for any help. I'm here for you. We are meeting for again for another 2 weeks. We will be meeting. So
Okay, ma'am.
you can clarify what are the doubts you have. I'm ready to help you. And
Okay, ma'am.
materials will be very easy to follow for you. Don't worry. You'll
Okay,
get
ma'am.
it. You'll get it. You don't worry. Till then, like நான் அப்படியே ஓரலாக உங்களுக்கு ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் இல்லாமல் நான் ஓரலாக பேசிட்டே இருந்தால் யூல் பி கெட்டிங் போர்டம். That's why I just use this certain sites which will be easy for you to follow. So இந்த வெப்சைட்ஸ் நான் இப்போ நேற்று இன்னைக்கு 2 நாளாக ஷேர் பண்ணது எல்லாமே வந்து இப்போ I used all these for my students in the college because it is easy to follow for any type of students. Okay, so the
Okay,
same
ma'am.
I use for you also, and how I teach my students, the same I teach. Only thing is the same poem if I take, I'll be teaching for 2 to 3 hours for my students. Each and every line I'll be explaining, we'll be doing it. But now here, due to short of time, I do my level best to make you understand, and I hope I'm making you understand at least the background of the text.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, all of you were able to understand. If you feel any difficulty in understanding my lecture, you please feel free to share with me so that accordingly I can even I'm ready to even simplify and be more simplified and reach you. The purpose is it should reach you because you are doing in distance education without classroom study. You should be able to understand the background. Only then you can do self study. ஸோ ஒன்றுமே இல்லாமல் நீங்கள் செல்ஃப் ஸ்டடி படிக்கிறது கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டம்தான். ஸோ அதனால் வந்து உங்களுக்கு கிளாஸில் ஏதாவது உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் ஃபர்தராக நான் இது பண்ணுறது உங்களுக்கு இதாக இருந்ததுனாக்கா சொல்லுங்கள். ஐ டூ மை லெவல் பெஸ்ட் டு மீட் யுவர் எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன்ஸ். ஓகே,
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, okay, thank
Ma'am, what about the notes? Can you
what
please tell us?
what
Notes?
what notes?
Uh, we will not be having any notes for this.
Your textbook itself will be easy to follow, ma. Your material which you will
Okay,
be
ma'am.
getting from the university, no, the material which you will be provided by the university will be of whatever I deal with right now. No, it will be similar to this, not exactly this. இதே மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு
Okay.
டெக்ஸ்ட் ஒரு சிலத்துல கொடுப்பாங்க, இல்லை பட் சம்மரி அனாலிசிஸ்னு கொடுப்பாங்க. அதே மாதிரி
Okay,
தீம்ஸ்,
ma'am.
அந்த டெக்ஸ்ட்டுக்கு பாசிபிள் கொஷின்ஸ் அப்படித்தான் கொடுப்பாங்க. யூனிவர்சிட்டியோட மெட்டீரியல் அப்படிதான் இருக்கும்.
Okay, ma'am.
So I'll let us wait till we have another 2 more weeks for our classes. Let us wait. If through the end you didn't get it, I'll just share my mail ID with you. You can further clarifications you can contact me through the mail.
Okay, ma'am.
Let us wait. We do have 2 more weeks. இல்லை சப்போஸ் அதுக்குள்ள உங்களுக்கு டெக்ஸ்ட் புக் கிடைச்சிருச்சுனாக்கா அப்படியே நம்ம அதை பார்த்துக்கலாம். உங்களுக்கு ஒன்றும் you needn't worry about it. Okay. Okay, okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Shall we meet next week? Thanks for your cooperation. Thanks for being with me.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
ma'am.
ma'am. We had a good session with you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend, ma. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Narmada,
Good
and
afternoon, ma'am.
yeah, so I just
Good
waited for
afternoon, ma'am.
you. Yeah, good afternoon. Let me share the screen. So we started fiction paper yesterday, and if you have any issues in my audio or the display of my the screen, please let me know in the chat box or unmute yourself and let me know. Okay. Okay, we'll begin. So yesterday we started with fiction. I told you what is fiction and what are the types of fiction, what are the genres of fiction, and elements that are seen in fiction. And we started the first novel prescribed for you, that is Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. So I gave you an introduction for Jane Austen herself, and also we saw what is that novel it's about, what are the characters and the storyline, themes we saw, and also we saw the symbols that are seen in the particular novel. So now we are moving on to the next novel, Charles Bronte's Jane Eyre. Okay. Charles Bronte timeline is 1816 and 1855. She is considered as one of the most famous Victorian women writers and poets because through her novels, particularly Jane Eyre, has become an immediate success at that point of time when she wrote that novel. It has become an immediate success. That's why she has been treated as a very famous Victorian novelist, particularly women writers and poets. Okay, she is one of the eldest sisters of the three Bronte sisters who survived into the adulthood and whose novels become classics of English literature. So, at that point of time, women writers were not welcomed in English literary history. So, she wrote under the pseudonym Currer Bell. Okay, this was her pseudonym. So, under this name, she published her novels. So, after a period of time only, she revealed her own name to the history of English literature. So, it was not normal for women writers to write at that time. That's why most of her, all her sisters wrote under the pseudonym. So, her famous works are Jane Eyre, Villette, and The Professor. So the other two were published after her death posthumously, and her personal life is she died of a pregnancy of hyperemesis and breviatum, some technical term for disease, a complication in pregnancy. First, after she got married, she immediately got pregnant, and in her complication in her pregnancy, she lost her life. Okay, so with this intro, we'll move on to. Uh, the detailed part of Charles Bronte. And like I told you, she is one of the sisters. She has four sisters. and she got schooling in Lancashire, where two of her sisters died of tuberculosis in the same school. Soon after, Charlotte and her sister Emily returned to Harvard. Harvard was the place where she grew up. And after she returned from Harvard, and under the guidance and the patronage of Patrick Bronte, and she and her sisters were able to live comfortably. And so 1829 and 1831 is the period of her childhood where she showed as an interest as a poet in writing particularly. Her interest grew in literary history and aspiration to be included in the canon. So she became a student in a school, Red Horse Road Art School, and she also briefly studied in Brussels, and also she worked as a governess. Governess means working as a private tutor to kids at home. So in earlier time, the rich kids were not allowed to go to attend school, so they allotted some governess, some private teacher, private tutor to come to their home to teach them, to teach all the subjects, the language. Okay, so she worked like that also. After that, she showed interest in writing under a pseudonym. I already told you. So all, not only her, all her sisters wrote under the pseudonym Alice Actonville. The other two sisters, Emily and Jane. Emily and yeah, Emily. Charles Bronte is the eldest one, and so she wrote Jane Eyre. It has become an immediate success, and then she wrote Villette, and she wrote Professor. So these were the four famous works of Charles Bronte. And another sister, Emily Bronte, has written Wuthering Heights, and it was also successful. Another sister, Agnes Bronte, has also written Agnes Grey. And with all these publications, so she began to move in London literary circles. She has become popular, and uh, so when she got married in 1848, she lost to both of her sisters, Emily and Bronte, for tuberculosis. And after that, she spent most of her life in Harvard, spending the lifetime with her father, aging father. Later on, she got married to Arthur Bells Nicholas, who was a clergyman, and under his patronage, under his monetary support, she got married, she became pregnant, and due to her illness in pregnancy, she died. So this is her about her personal life. And we are moving on to Jane Eyre. Like I told you, Jane Eyre is an immediate success because this is one of the novels where it is going to talk about the history, the particular England history, the particular story, the particular social background in this perspective of a woman. As this novel is written in first person narrative, as Jane Eyre is uh, revealing, Jane Eyre is narrating her own life story. Okay, so this is new to literary world, that to a girl, looking at the society at a woman's point of view. So, like you see, it was published in the year 1847, a Jane Eyre. So another extra information I could tell you is this Eyre has been adopted for many film adaptations. Even in Tamil, we have an old movie. I don't know whether we have heard of that. We have Shanti Nilayam. Yeah, Shanti Nilayam, a movie acted by Gemini Ganesan and Kan- Kanchana, I think. So that is one of the Tamil movies. For that movie, this Jane Eyre is the plot, is the main story. You could even go and watch to understand the story better. But for Tamil audience, the story has been slightly modified, but still the main plot, the plain plot of the story and the movie is the same. Okay. So, like I told you, the novel is about Jane, an seemingly plain, simple girl, as she battles through her life struggles. So, she comments. She narrates her own life history, her own struggles that she overcame. And also, because of her many obstacles in her life, particularly how uh, she suffered in the hands of her aunt Reed, and also after she went to a school, there also she suffered. The first love she has for Mr. Rochester. We'll be seeing the story in detail. I'll let you know who is that and what kind of love relationship she has with Rochester. And the Rochester's marriage to Bertha. So the moment she accepts the love of her first love, she was very much shocked to know that he was already married to a woman. So that is another shock in her life. So she overcomes the obstacles through her determination, sharp wit, and courage. So this shows her characterization. So the novel ends with Jane married to Rochester with children of their own. That's how the story ends. So this Jane Eyre is more or less the autobiographical. So the all the elements, all the events, all the situations have been taken from Charles Bronte's own life. Because when you see, as she goes to a school where she suffers, so that is related to her two sisters got tuberculosis in that particular school because of that not having any kind of hygienic surrounding. Okay, so not having any kind of cleanliness, they they got tuberculosis and she lost her two sisters in that particular school. So she even mentions about that school, the portrayal of that school in her story also. And she also worked as a governess. I already told you, working as a private tutor. So in the story also, Jane Eyre, the main character, Jane Eyre, this girl goes to Mr. Rochester, the hero's house, as a governess only, as a governess for the kid, for the um, for the kid co- for a kid. And from where she happens to know, she got acquainted with the main character, Mr. Rochester, and then she falls in love. That's how the story moves. Okay, so when you see Jane Eyre, most of the events and situations were taken from her own life, the writers, the novelist's own life, Charles Bronte's. So then and now I'll tell you what are the autobiographical elements we see in the novel. So we'll move on to Jane Eyre, the summary. So uh, I'll quickly say the main story of this Jane Eyre. So, like I told you, it is going to talk about the story of Jane Eyre, a uh, very pathetic, poor girl from one of the households. So she is Jane Eyre. She is orphaned girl, and she lives with her aunt, Mrs. Reed, in Gateshead Hall. And other children of Mrs. Reed were very cruel. She treated them very. She did. They did not treat them very well, and so as a dependent, so they always look down as her dependent. So Jane lost her parents. Jane has been living under the patronage of Mr. Reed, that is her uncle. So her aunt is not that much lovable, like her uncle Mr. Reed. So the children of Mrs. Reed are looking down upon Jane Eyre as she is becoming an independent girl. Dependent means you could not live on your own. You have to rely, you have to depend on someone for money, for food, for education, everything you have to depend on someone. That's why she has been looked as a low level girl by the children of Mrs. Reed. So when they had a fight once, because of not involving in that fight, but Mrs. Reed accused Jane for that fight. She locks her in a room where his her uncle died some years before. She was nearly haunted by the ghostly presence of her uncle. She got terrified. So after that, Mrs. Reed got fed up. She sends Jane to Lowood Institution. It is a charity school. Okay, so do you know how the quality of a charity school? It was run by hypocritical Mr. Brocklehurst. So no wonder that school is another hell for Jane. Okay, so when she moves from Mrs. Freed, she goes to another Lowood institution. This is also another hell because the owner is hypocrite. So definitely they will be having a harsh work ethic. She is definitely going to be living under the terrible conditions under this charity school. So only figure that they were so soothing were Maria Temple, one of the teachers. She only takes care of the girls, not giving them a break or talking in favor of the girls to the institution's management, where she got acquainted with a friend, Helen Burns. Helen Burns is a character, a friend of Jane. So there is a autobiographical element because in her own life, the novelist's own life, two of her sisters died of tuberculosis in a particular school where they got schooling. So in this novel also, this character Helen Burns, she also dies of a disease. So there is a comparison between her sister's death and also the character. So I'm telling, she is bringing all her life incidents into the novel, a type of story. Okay. Then, like I said, Helen Burns was a friend of Jane, and she loses her for her sickness. And some after some epidemic disease, the school student population, new management takes over the place. There, she continues to study to get her schooling, and she becomes a teacher herself after 6 years of time. Then Mrs. Temple marries and she leaves Lowood Institution itself. So when she was 18 years, Jane advertises for a job where she got a job as a governess for Adil Warrens. Okay, Adil Warrens is a small girl. Adil. So Adil is the ward of Mr. Rochester. Adil is under the patronage of Mr. Rochester. Mr. Rochester is the hero, and he is a bit older, is a bit rich, matured man. Swati, see, look at the age gaps. She is 18 and she is a bit older. He is a bit older, like middle-aged man. Swati and commanding master of Thornfield Hall. This is the place where Jane is going to move to work as a governess. Governess is a post where they will be appointed to teach a student, a kid, a child from a rich household. They have to stay there itself. The particular governess has to stay there itself in their own house. A portion will be allotted to her, and she will be staying there, and she will teach the kid to whom she has been appointed as a governess. Okay. So when that work she was doing, at one time in the residence of Thornfield, she hears some strange laughter, and when she hears some strange laughter at the night time, immediately she got up from the bed, and there was a fire around the bedroom where Mr. Rochester was sleeping. She happens to see fire. So she was the one who rushed to save, I mean, to save Mr. Rochester from that fire. That is the first save done by Jane Eyre. Okay. So after she helped him do bandages and all, Rochester claimed that the laugh is coming from the Grace Pool, one of the servants of this mansion, and she has been making strange noises. And still Jane was still confused. What's happening in this household? So some strange things are happening. Somebody is laughing at the night time. Nobody knows who lighted the fire there, who ignited Mr. Rochester's room. She was puzzled. Jane Eyre was quite confused and puzzled, and she went back to her room. That's how the story goes. And at one time, Mr. Rochester gives a party to English aristocrats at Thornfield, where came Blanche Ingram, another beautiful young lady. She aims to marry Mr. Rochester, but he is not quite interested to um, marry Blanche, even though she is young, even though she is rich, even though she is very smart, but he did not incline to uh, the offer given by Blanche to marry him. But in turn, here Mr. Rochester are very much attracted towards Jane Eyre, and she soon asked Jane to marry him. Previously, from the beginning, Jane, who was gradually falling in love with Rochester, accepts the love proposal given by Rochester. So when he was about to do all the preparations for the wedding, in a small ceremony, a lawyer from London intervenes the marriage happening, and he declares that Mr. Rochester is already having a wife, and her name is Bertha Mason. So the brother of Bertha Mason, Mr. Mason, also appears to confirm that yes, he's already married. She also got a wife. Then Mr. Rochester is helpless. He admits, yeah, I'm already married. I have a wife. Her name is Bertha Mason. I would like to show her to you. And she takes her to the third floor to show Bertha Mason as a lunatic. She's a mad person. So she has been looked after by Grace Poole. So do you remember previously he mentioned that it was one of the servants, Grace Poole, who has been making strange noise at the night time. As she being Bertha being a mad woman, she was the one who were laughing at the midnight and setting fires at rooms, and she was the one doing all such things. And Grace Poole was the one allotted to look after Bertha Mason. Okay, so she felt very bad, Jane, because she was Rochester was the first love of Jane, and she was very much terrified on knowing that she is already a married man, and the married woman is a mad person, and she got disturbed. So even though Rochester said, "Okay, she is my wife, but she is a lunatic. I could not live with her. I would like to marry you." He wants to have the marriage with Jane, but Jane says, "No, I will not be your mistress." Mistress means not marrying, but living as a wife. That is being a mistress. So she refuses to be his mistress. So after a dream, she has a dream one day uh, that wants her to flee. So some kind of dream wants her, okay, you have to leave this place. You are not supposed to stay here. Like that, she has some bad dream. For that, she leaves that place immediately on the very next day. She leaves Thornfield. Then, for 3 days, she was suffering in the streets of England. Then she came to Mood's house. Mood's house is a home of St. John Rivers, a stern local clergyman. And Mary was there, Diana was there, and also St. John Rivers was there at that place. When she discovers that uncle she has never met has died. So Mr. Reed, the previously we saw one character, Mr. Reed, already dead uncle. Okay, she has left her some 20,000 pounds of money. Okay, so after knowing that the uncle, the Mr. Reed has left her some fortune, then later she discovers this Saint John Rivers, this Mary, this Diana, all these brothers and sisters were known to be their long related uh, relatives of Jane Eyre. They all three happen to be her cousins. Okay, so they happen to know all these kind of things, and she was very happy to know that she has a real family relations, and out of joy, out of happiness, she divides her fortune equally between them. So whatever she had from the uncle, she divides the fortune, and she shares that equally with all the people. Then St. John has, as he is already a clergyman, she has plans to go to India as as a missionary. He also proposes Jane to marry him. She said, "Okay, I will always accompany you to India as a teacher, but not as your wife. Because even though you are my cousin, I have love for you as a cousin, but I don't have any kind of love relationship. I don't have any kind of love feelings towards Saint John. That's what's said by Jane. And after his forceful personality almost convinces Jane to sacrifice herself, and he almost convinced Jane, okay, what are you going to do alone? Let me marry me, and also come to me with India. So let's do the service together as a teacher and as a clergyman. Somehow he managed to convince Jane to marry him, for which she she is almost in a terrified and confused emotional state. She could not accept his proposal. She could not forget the love she had for Mr. Rochester. She is torn in between these two kind of relationships. So Jane experiences a telepathic flash. Telepathic flash means uh, you have some kind of message. Unknowingly, you receive something is wrong, somebody is suffering. I have to go and help. Some kind of message you receive, right? Some kind of telepathic message she receives, like Rochester is calling her for her help. Okay, so she feels inwardly that Rochester is being suffered. Rochester is suffering somewhere out there, and he is calling me for help. Like that, she feels. Then she immediately leaves to seek out for Rochester to Thornfield Mansion. Then she finds Thornfield Hall is completely destroyed by from the fire that is set by Bertha Mason. She is already mad. Okay, she set fire on Thornfield Hall. Everything has been burned down into ashes. So in that particular fire accident that place, Bertha had jumped from the roof and died. So the wife character is finished. She's done. So Rochester served his servants but suffered injury. Why? So on account of saving all his servants from that mansion from the fire, he also had severe injuries that left him blind. He lost his eyesight and also missed a hand. He lost one of his hands. And Jane was very much uh, terrified to look Rochester at that position. She felt very sad, where she was very much humbled, and she promises always to take care of him. Then, he gets better, she marries him and also brought back Adil from the boarding school. And she also has a son with Mr. Rochester. After some time, he eventually regains sight in his one eye. So after all these kind of issues, problems, situations, they both come in together in marriage, and they even had kids together. Uh, they started living happily thereafter. That's how the story ends. Hope this story is the summary. I told you only the summary. The story is clear to all. Let's move on to the next one. Yeah. So let me tell you the key plot details. What are the main incidents that you have to keep in mind? So first, Jane is traumatized by the ghost of her uncle at the beginning in the childhood when she was thrown into a room. It is called a red room. Okay, so the first thing, she got terrified by the ghost of her uncle. Okay, as a kid, she has some kind of fear. Second, Jane is treated badly at school. So as you know, that school is not up to the mark. It is being a charity school. Even she had incidents of accusing her of being a liar. She was treated very badly at school. So look at the traumatic condition she has suffered from the beginning, from her childhood. Third, she secretly falls in love with Rochester after she leaves the school, after she completes her schooling, becomes a teacher. When she meets Rochester as to work as a governess to Adil, she falls in love with Rochester. The first positive kind of thing that happened in her life is this. The second one is Jane saves Rochester from the fire and agrees to marry him. So you know the incidents, how she fell in love, and again Rochester was in a drastic situation. From her she saved, and Rochester has become attracted towards Jane. She agrees to, she has her hand in marriage to agree to marry her, for which Jane agrees. So after she finds out that Rochester is already married to Bertha and flees the home, again uh, again the dra- again the negative side and the negative part of her life started. So Jane was suffering, she happens to know that she has a fortune from her uncle, Mr. Reed. Even son John proposes her to marry. She refuses. Finally, she comes back to Rochester after Bertha Mason dies. Finally, they get married. Okay, this is the plot. What happened at the child, what happened as being a governess, and how she fell in love and how she agreed to get married to him. After she flees, after knowing the real background of Rochester, she inherits fortune and even denies the other marriage proposals from St. John when she marries Mr. Rochester. Okay, so this is what has been explained here. I'm not repeating. So let's see the characters. Jane Eyre's characters. Jane Eyre is the protagonist and the narrator of the story. She is an orphan girl caught between class boundaries, financial situations, and her own conflicted feelings. In her youth, and again as a governor, she always depends on others' support. Okay, so she has been ill-treated. She has been look, looked down upon for all her financial situations and her own conflicted feelings. So, as a kid, as an orphan girl, she suffered due to all these kind of reasons, right? Even as a youth, even as becoming a governess, she has to depend on someone's support from the beginning. Even after becoming a governess, she has to be dependent on someone. She is meant to live on someone's support. She always feels isolated and strives for her personal freedom, meaningful connections with others. So from the beginning, she has the feeling that she always have been dependent upon others, from which she longs for financial freedom, not financial freedom, personal freedom she needs. So without having that only from the beginning of her childhood, she has been suffering from the hands of cousins and also the hands of that local school, from the harsh teachers, the ill treatment by them. So every because of being dependent on something, she has suffered so much things. So that is why it triggered her to get some kind of personal freedom and meaningful connections with others. It should not be any kind of monetary reasons. It should be real. Okay. So she to find the loving family she never had. That's why she got very excited when she came to know the about the truth about the uh, about knowing the relations as cousins from St. John. After knowing that, she got very happy because that was the only relationship she came to know without having tortured or criticized or blamed upon anything. So that is the one first relationship she got. So she felt very happy. That too, Mr. Rochester, relationship with Mr. Rochester also. So she is intelligent, she is imaginative, and she has some principles in her life. She defies many restrictive social conventions, those affecting women. Okay. As the novel progresses, she tempers her passion with self-control. She controls her feeling with judgment based on self-respect and Christian humility. She must reconcile with her contradictory desires to be both independent to serve a strong-willed man. So, whatever it is, she doesn't want to be an independent and dependent person. She wants to be independent all the time. I don't want to serve anyone. I don't want to depend on anyone. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. So that was her principle from the beginning till the end. So religion also helps to gain mature understanding of herself as a respecting individual who credits her feelings but also refers to God. So from the beginning till the end, the characteristics of Jane Eyre is very crystal clear. So she believed, how she wanted her life to be, how her life turned out, and how she has the maturity to handle it. The um, the mature character she acclaims towards the end of the novel. So that shows her characteristic of Jane Eyre, the protagonist. So this is the character of Jane Eyre. So Edward Fairfax Rochester is the full name of the the main character Rochester, and he is wealthy, and also he is Jane's employer, later her husband. Over the course of his life, he grows from a naive young man to be a bitter playboy in Europe, humble yet still strong man worthy of Jane. Even though he is a bit mature, he is very humble, according to Jane Eyre. He has similar virtues, seeks their personal redemption. So even though he is very open, but he does not have the guts to reveal his marriage to Bertha. He kept it as a secret. Only Bertha and the marriage he had with Bertha, and those secrets have been maintained. So in distress, even after losing eyesight, he comes to accept his need of respect for God. His final comes from his newfound humility. So after losing his eyesight, after losing his one of his hands, he felt very humble. His final strength of uh, striving or trying to be alive finally unites him with the main character Jane Eyre. Finally, he lives happily with Jane Eyre as a family. This is the character of Edward Rochester. So Bertha Mason, Saint John Rivers, that is the clergyman who comes as for Jane Eyre's hand to marriage. So a parson with two sisters at Moore's house, Jane's cousin. Much like Jane, St. John is a restless character searching for a place and purpose in life. Like Mr. Rochester, St. John has a commanding personality. So the personality is the same when compared with Mr. Rochester. The two men had contrast in the range of feelings. St. John relinquishes worldly happiness for commitment to his religious principles. His stern religious faith makes him self denying and cold. So he is very much committed towards his religious principles. And his stern religious uh, faith makes him self denying. It has made him very cold person, very stern person. Okay, that is the characteristics of St. John Rivers. The final main character is Bertha Mason. Bertha Mason is the insane Creole wife from Jamaica who is locked away on the third floor of Thornfield. So it is less human being than a gothic monster or a vampire. So you would have heard of gothic novels. So gothic concept is something related. The gothic concept, if I say a gothic novel, that novel setting will be having castles, um, old haunted houses, or um, supernatural elements like ghosts, spirits, that magic, some kind of unbelievable, threatening, uh, that soul striking things will be there at the background. So those are called gothic novels. So even there has been a criticism on this Jane Eyre, as Charles Bronte has taken the concept of gothic in one of her novels, that is Jane Eyre, having the ghostly monster-like characteristics in this Bertha Mason. Okay, so because of a Creole, a mixed race percentage. Okay, so monstrous fragrance. So she presents Rochester's monstrous fragrance. So she is coming in the novel as a very um, very important secret of Mr. Rochester, Mattamas. So these are all the minor characters. Adil Warrens, the ward of Mr. Rochester. Um, Blanche Ingram, she is the woman who agrees to marry his sister, for which Mr. Rochester denies. Rosamond Oliver. So she is a woman from Jane's school. Okay, that is again a minor character. Grace Poole, Richard Mason, John Eyre, Uncle Reed. So these are all the very minor characters. So we have seen the major characters. Okay. So let's move on to the themes that we see in this novel. So love, family, and independence. As we see in this novel, we have all these themes in the novel. The love. So Jane is longing for love. So she wants to find love. She wants to break herself from the restrictive condition she has in her uncle Mrs. Reed's house and the lower institution. So wherever they are, she is confined to. She wants to have some kind of real love from human beings, what which she always longs for. Okay, she must have the freedom to think and feel. From the beginning, she has been a dependent person. That's why she longed for being independent, right? So she seeks out to independent-minded people as the love family she craves for. Helen Burns and Miss Temple were the two people. She gives a very good respect for these two people because they had a very emotional bonding with Jane Eyre, apart from other characters in the novel, right? So it is, even she leaves Lowood, she finds new experiences as a new servitude, looking on a very new, as a new woman, she enters the society. In her relationship with men, she has the inclination towards making first Rochester and then St. John her master. So the first love she had for is Mr. Rochester's. Then the cousin love that she had for is Mr. John, St. John as a master. So Jane, throughout the novel, she tries to find the balance between service and mastery. So she blends her freedom with her commitments to love, virtue, and self-respect. So when she tries to find love, she has a very noble respect for the character. She always has this virtue, the good quality, not finding fault or not blaming others for her own misfortune. Nothing. She has very good fortunes, and also the self-respect she has for herself. After knowing the marriage with Miss Bertha Mason, she rejects the love proposal. The marriage proposal came from Mr. Rochester. So the love concept, the love theme is already always there throughout the novel. Then the independence theme, I already told you how she wants to become independent. Okay, throughout the novel from the beginning, and also the family concept. Family concept is there. They show the novel portrays a family of Mrs. Reed in the beginning, and how she has a family-like relationship in the lower institution with the temple teacher and also Helen Burns, the friend. And finally, when she goes and meets the family of St. John, That family concept is already there. So this kind of family concept is portrayed in the novel. Again, theme of independence I already mentioned. So let's move on to social class and social rules. So in 19th century Britain has governed by social class. They typically stayed in the class where they were born in 19th century Britain. Okay, so even as an orphan gifted, even as a governess and thoughtful, Thornfield, Jane holds a position that is between classes and interacts with people of every level, from working class servants to aristocrats. So she holds a position, even though she is in between. She is not a very poor, she is not very rich, she is in between, like a middle class. Okay, she always holds a position in between these two classes, as an orphan and also as a governess. Okay, she holds to a position in between them. She also communicates with people of every level, from working class servants to aristocrats. She has the opportunity to talk with all kind of people from each and every social class, working class, aristocrats, school, I mean the management, the people from the management at school, and also the arrogant, uh, well refined, well reformed family from Mrs. Reed. So she has the ability to show, converse with, travel along with all these kind of different classes of people, and she create a vast social landscape in her novel. That's what I said. So with her characters, with her background, with her situations she portrays, Charlotte Bronte is able to portray the social landscape of England, of Britain, in that, but in her particular time. So how the class boundaries were explained. For instance, class differences cause many problems in the love between Jane and Rochester. Yeah. So even though she has she has love feelings for Mr. Rochester, the class difference, I could not marry you because you're already married. You already have as a wife. So I could not live as a mistress. So mistress in the sense, she does not uh, feel high of herself when she chose a life as a mistress. Okay, that kind of class consciousness is there in the novel. Yet the novel doesn't entirely endorse breaking every social rule. Yeah, that's what I said. She refuses to become Rochester's mistress, even though he was tricked into a loveless marriage, uh, because it was a marriage to Martha Mason. He was tricked. He did not marry her on on his own concern. It was a tricky marriage, loveless marriage, a marriage without having any love. Even though he was he fell as a victim to that marriage, Jane is not willing to come. Jane is not willing to marry him because of his own personal circumstances. She is not willing to change his own personal principle. Okay, so unwilling to make herself a powerless outcast for love. She is not willing to accept that. So this is the social class and social rules that is shown in the novel. Gender roles. In 19th century England, gender roles strongly influenced people's behavior and identities. A women endured condescending attitudes about the women's place, intelligence, and voice. So when she wants to become independent, when she wants to become an independent woman, she recognized her own personalities, personal qualities. Okay, I want to be respect. I want others to be respected. I want others to give me respect. I want others to give me some kind of social status. For that, what I want to do, I want to be on my own. I want to work as a teacher. I should not rely on anyone for monetary reasons. I want to be independent. So that thing, that gender thing is happening in the novel. So she faces of a series of women who do not respect as their equals. So from the beginning, this kind of gender role conflict is there from the beginning, right? So when she started from her childhood, no other men, and she fails, or unfortunately she didn't have an opportunity to see any man respecting women as their own equal. Okay, so when it comes to Mr. Brocklehurst or Mr. Rochester or St. John, all these three characters, right, from the beginning till the end, all these three are trying to command, trying to make women or take women under their control. So that kind of uh, controlling characterization of all these men are seen from the beginning till the end of the novel. So Charles Bronte, she uses marriage in the novel to portray the struggle for women between the sexes. Even though Bertha is insane, she is a provocative symbol of how married women can be repressed and controlled. So, um, she even denies the marriage proposal that would squash her identity and strives for equality in her relationship. So Jane Eyre, even though she does not want to get married, which is going to suppress her, which is going to uh, break her own identity. So she is not willing to accept that kind of marriages. Whoever is going to marry her, she has that consciousness of being independent. That role, gender role, is one of the themes that is prevalent in the novel of Charles Bronte. So, through the character of Jane Eyre, this gender role, what kind of gender role is played by each and every character in that society, in the particular contemporary society, has been clearly shown by the novelist Charles Bronte through the character Jane Eyre. Next, we are moving on to religion, another theme of religion. Yeah, what is the theme of religion seen in this novel? Religion and spirituality are the key factors how characters develop in the novel. So, when it comes to Jane Eyre, she matures because she learns to follow Christian lessons and resist temptation. So, religion also plays a very major role upon uh, the characters, how the characters develop in the novel. Each and every character develop in the novel. When it comes to Jane Eyre, it is also how she learns to follow the Christian lessons, how she learns to resist temptation, even though she likes something, because of societal uh, position, societal outlook, she denies something because of her Christian lessons. Okay, we are not supposed to live like that. You live upon our own wishes, we will not be treated as a very respectable person in the society. Like that, she thinks from uh, as a Christian point of view, right? So Helen Burns introduces Jane to the New Testament, which becomes a moral guide spot for Jane throughout her life. So when it comes to the Lowood School institution, when she befriends Helen Burns was the first one to introduce Bible reading, that is, the New Testament, towards Jane, which she considered it as a guide throughout her life. Whatever she does, whatever she speaks, she always bases the Christian psychology, Christian principles, Christian ideologies. Okay. Bronte, as Jane develops her relationship with God, Mr. Rochester must also resolve from his pride, learn to pray, and become humble. So she insists her own principles upon Mr. Rochester also. Bronte depicts different forms of religion. Helen trusts in salvation. Eliza Reid becomes a French Catholic nun. St. John preaches a gloomy Calvinist faith. A novel attempts to be a middle course. In Jane, Bronte suggests the virtuous faith does not consume her individual personality. Jane is self respecting and religious, but also exercises her freedom to love and be. So she's Charles Bronte is portraying various characters by showing this spiritual, religious feelings, right? Helen trusts in salvation. Eliza Reid, another one of the children of Mrs. Reid, she turns out to be a French Catholic nun, and also Saint John preaches. He preaches a very gloomy Calvinist faith. So, according to their own principles, they stand on their own. When it comes to the protagonist Jane, even though she has love feelings, even though she has feeling towards Rochester, she does not lose that self-respect. She always give respect to that religious principles that you already have. So that is the religious theme that we see in the novel. So this is the theme of feeling versus judgment. So whatever feeling she has, so she learns how to create a balance between her feelings and her judgment to create a life of love that is also a life of serious purpose. So Eliza and Georgiana, Rochester and St. John. So whatever it is, so uh, even though these characters are not having any kind of control over her emotions, it is best to avoid their extreme. Either it is Eliza, Georgiana, the kids of Mrs. Reed, or Rochester or St. John, her first love or the second marriage proposal she got from St. John, or Bertha. She doesn't even have a chance to talk with Bertha or any kind of implications, any kind of effect upon her life because of her. But it is better to avoid their own principles in her life. So passion makes a person silly, frivolous, and dangerous. Okay. So she did not give weightage. She did not allow her passion to take the control over her life. She did not allow her judgment, her own principles, her own opinions to take control over her life. She finds a balance. She always has her own principles, and also she lives way or she paves way for her love life also. So some of the symbols that we see in the novel: the red room, the room where Jane Eyre was put as a punishment, that is a red room. Fire and ice. Fire and ice. Fire is a symbol, emotion novel. So fire, how the Bertha sets fire and how Jane goes and rescues Mr. Rochester and all. Eyes. Okay. So eyes are the windows of the soul in Jane Eyre. So even though she is attracted towards Mr. Rochester's eyes, which symbolizes his temper and power. So eyes. So and finally, Mr. Rochester loses his eyesight, which gives which for which he was being sympathized by Jane Eyre, and she got married to her. Food. Food is also a very important thing. How people treat other people with the name of food in Mrs. Reed's place or at school or at registers. Food plays a very major role. Food is the main reason where people choose that topic to give a nutritious food, a lack of which has no nutrients. So that food also portrays a very major role. So other symbols are portrays and pictures. So all the dreams, all the drawings which portrays the deepest feelings, all the pictures that we see in the novel serves as a symbol to showcase the characterization and also the background that is happening in the novel. So with this, we are done. If you have any other doubts, if you could ask me. So somebody asked me yesterday, what are the expected questions for this novel? Like I told you, the critical analysis, the characters, and also the themes, the symbols used in the novel. Okay, with this we are done. Let's all meet in the next week. Bye bye.
Good afternoon to all. Are you all able to hear my voice?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so previous class we discussed that meaning of environment and environmental science and what are the types has been comes under in environment and the components of environment. Okay, so in that components, so that is for lithosphere, hydrosphere, biosphere, and atmosphere. So that has four types of segments of environment we have discussed in previous class. So after that we have discussed what are the that is the environmental science. It should be in a multidisciplinary nature, and then we have covered ecosystems. So that is the types of ecosystems, and so and after that so the structures of ecosystems. And in structures, that is it has been two types. One is abiotic components and biotic components. So after that we have that biotic and ebiotic. So how it has been combined, that so how it has been interactions between that ecosystems we have discussed based on that energy flow, food chain, food web, and ecological pyramid and ecological successions. So this what we have discussed in previous class, and today we are going to be discuss about that types of ecosystems. Okay, so already we are all know about that what are the types or comes under ecosystems. That is the natural ecosystems and artificial ecosystems. So based on your syllabus, I'm going to be covered that natural ecosystem, that is it is a terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Okay, so the terrestrial ecosystems are being classified as a forest ecosystem and grassland ecosystem, then a desert ecosystem. Okay, then aquatic so then next type is an aquatic ecosystem. So in a forest ecosystem, so here it is means that how the interactions between the living organism and non-living organism in the forest. Okay, so that is what we are going to be look it over in forest ecosystem. So the types of forest ecosystems are tropical rainforest, tropical deciduous forest, tropical scrub forest, temperature deciduous forest, and evergreen coniferous forest. Okay, so tropical rainforest. So these are the tropical rainforest means they are evergreen rainforest which have high temperature and high humidity and also have heavy rainfall in that area. So that we can be call it as a tropical rainforest. So that is that is the forest having a high temperature and high humidity and having a high rainfall. So that is a tropical rainforest. And next one is a tropical deciduous forest. So tropical deciduous forest or being we can be call it as that monsoon rainfall occurs during the monsoon season only. So in that period we can be call it as a tropical deciduous forest. And next one is a tropical scrub forest. So in this type of forest or it has been a dry season in longer time. Okay, and next one is a temperature rainforest. The temperature rainforest or mostly they occur in areas where there is an advocate rainfalls and also having a coniferous trees like fir trees, pine trees, and redwood trees or has been grows in this type of forest. So those trees are being most in that forest, and they having a those areas which are having a adequate level of rainfall, we can be call it as a temperature deciduous forest. And next one is a so temperature rainforest. And next one is the temperature deciduous forest. The temperature deciduous forest or having that forest having a moderate temperature in that area. And next one is the evergreen coniferous forest, and these forests are mostly found in the south of the Arctic. Okay, and they have will be in the area of longer winter, and the temperature is mild in the summer season. So that we can be call it as the evergreen coniferous forest. So the forest ecosystems are tropical rainforest, tropical deciduous forest, tropical scrub forest, and temperature rainforest, temperature deciduous forest, and evergreen coniferous forest. Next one is a grassland ecosystem. So grassland ecosystem. So whatever that ecosystems we all know that that is ecosystem means interactions in the between that living and non-living organisms. Okay, so ecosystems are mainly contains forest or grassland, desert, aquatic. Okay, so all those things are being comes under comes under an ecosystems. So between that ecosystems, how that interaction has been taking place between the uh, um, living and non-living organisms. So that is what we are going to be cover. So how the interactions has been taking place between living and non-living organisms in a grassland. Okay, so grasslands are inhabited by the tall grasses. Okay, so 20 percentage of world is covered by their grassland. So the types of grasslands are tropical grassland, temperature grassland, polar grassland. the tra- uh, the tropical grassland means this grassland are mainly occurs near the border of tropical rainforest. So we have what we have discussed in forest ecosystems. So in forest ecosystem, the first one we discussed the tropical rainforest. So these grassland are mainly near the border of the tropical rainforest. Okay, and it will be occurs in the slopes of hills vegetations. And next one is a temperature grassland. So temperature grassland is occurs in slopes of hills vegetations. Okay, and next one is a polar grassland. So polar grassland, and it is mainly in occur in Arctic region, and the climatic conditions are be here in a very severe cold, wind, and it should be remain frozen also, always, not also, no, it always. And that is a polar grassland. And next one is a desert ecosystem. So the desert desert ecosystems are been how it has been characterized as a desert, in the sense that is it the place which has been extreme hot weather, and they are being poor in vegetations, and they are, and that a place should be having a less rainfall, and in that place they are having a less species or will be living in that area. So based on that characteristics, it has been described as a desert ecosystem. So it has the types of ecosystems of deserts or tropical desert, temperature desert, and cold desert. So tropical deserts, and these deserts are in mainly in Africa and Rajasthan. So the climatic conditions are in that area is extremely hot. And next one is a temperature desert. So temperature deserts are being and these kind of deserts are mostly found in Southern California. And next one is a cold desert, and these cold deserts are mainly in China. uh, and In that place the climatic conditions will be in a strong in summer, and cold winter condition, climatic conditions that is the in winter there should be in a cold. Okay, so that is uh, this way they have been described in cold desert. So our next one is the aquatic ecosystem. So the aquatic ecosystems are being two types. One is the lentic ecosystems, the lentic ecosystems like ponds, wells, and lakes. Next one is the lotic ecosystems. The lotic ecosystems we can be call it as a river streams. So how the ponds ecosystems are being classified has been characterized in the sense the ponds are being a self-regulating freshwater ecosystems, and uh, so. That way they have to be described or characterized that pond ecosystem. So the types of ecosystems are terrestrial and aquatic. In the terrestrial, there are three types. One is a forest ecosystem, grassland ecosystem, and desert ecosystem. And next one is the aquatic ecosystem. So the forest ecosystems are being so all these ecosystems are being based on that interlinking or interlinked or interactions between that living and non-living organism. Next, third unit, and in third unit we are going to discuss about that natural resources. So you know that resources means that the word resources means it is a source of supply. Okay, so that so what are the sources which has been supplied? We can be call it as resources. So natural resources means that are naturally occurring substance. So and like for example, we can take say that water, air, soil, and mineral. So these are all we can be considered as a natural resources, and all the resources and are classified. That is, all the natural resources are should be classified based on the quantity, quality, reusability, and means activities and availability. So based on that, they are going to be classified that all the resources. And next one is the types of natural resources. So types of natural resources, there are two types of natural resources. One is the renewable resources and another one is the non-renewable resources. So renewable resources, that is we can be call it as the resources that can be renewed or replenished throughout the natural cycle. Like for example, we can be take it as a wind energy, biogas, or solar energy. These all be comes under in the renewable resources. These resources will be renewed through the natural cycle. Next one is the non-renewable resources. That non-renewable resources that cannot be replenished through natural cycle. So because these resources that are available in a limited amount, like for example, we can take it as a coal, petroleum, and etc. And these kind of resources we cannot be replenished through natural cycle. So that is we can be call it as a non-renewable resources. So types of resources are natural resources, are renewable resources, and non-renewable resources. In natural resources, that first one we are going to be discuss that forest resources. So the forest for in forest resources, the forest are one of the most important natural resources, and it is also the part of biosphere. So like in forest, how in forest we are composed that trees, shrubs, and woody vegetations, etc. So that is, it has been composed of all those things. We can be call it as a forest. So and also in earth, in earth, one third of the total land areas are covered by the forest. Okay, so that's why it has been it is in most importance for their ecology and economic wise. Okay, so in ecological forest, it has been considered as earth as the it has been considered as earth lungs, because it has consumed that carbon dioxide and release oxygen, which is mainly required for their required for the sustaining of life on this on the earth. So that is why it has been called it as a ecological forest. So and also by absorption of carbon dioxide, by the trees in the forest, and it will be reduce the global warming, and also it helps to continue the hydrological cycle, as well as it will be reduce the soil erosions. Okay, so and also it is an economic forest. Economically forest, how it can be called it as economically forest, in the sense in the forest can provide that timber, food to grazing animals, and firewood. So all these things are we have be sold. Okay, so that's why we call it as the economically forest. Okay, so so for forest resources are is the most important natural resources in the biosphere, and so it is also important for their ecologically and economically. So, and what are the uses of forest? So, the forest can be used for their watershed protection, atmospheric regulation, erosion control, land bank, local use, market use. Okay, so this way the forest can be uses. Okay, so in watershed protection, so it will be reduce the rate of the surface what they have water has to be run off through on the surface, and also it can be produced a gradual runoff, and it prevent the effects of draft. So the watershed can be prevent from the draft. Okay, so our next one is the atmospheric regulations. So in atmospheric regulations, it can be absorb the solar heat during their evaporic transpirations, and and also it can the forest can also be maintain their carbon dioxide level for plant growth, and also it can be maintaining the local climatic conditions. So if the forest has been growth well, so it will be maintaining the all the things from their global warming. And next one is the erosion control. So in erosion control, it will be holding the soil by preventing rain from directly washing soil away. And next one is the land bank. So in land bank, it will be maintenance of their soil nutrients and their structures. Next one is the local use. So local use, we can be call it as a conceptive use, because the conception of forest should be used or produced by the local people who are be in that area. Okay, so that is for a local use. So or we can be call it as a conceptive use. Okay, so how they are being, what are the things they are being consumed by their local people, in the sense food. So the food by food they are gathered from plants and fishing, hunting from the forest. So and in the first decade, the wildlife was plentiful, and peoples would have hunt and killed animals for their food. And now those peoples of most of wildlife species based on have diminished because of their hunting and killing of animals. So now the populations of these wildlife has been diminished now. And next one is a fooder for cattle. And next to fuel wood and charcoals for cooking and heating. And timber, I said the timber it is for constructions and article constructions of house, they can be used. Okay, and also some medicinal plants are being available. So in traditionally they can be used for medicines, for and nowadays they are the main source for their modern drugs too. Okay, so these are the local use has been comes under. Next one is the market use. So in market use, we can be say that it is a productive use. Okay, so what we have discussed on that local use. Okay, so the so what are the points we have discussed in local use? That is for that is for medicinal plants we discussed, and food or fuel wood and charcoals and food and animals. And what are the things we have discussed in local use? So the above products which has been used for their conceptive purpose, all this conceptive purpose are also be sold as a source of income. and source of income, and that will be supporting for their livelihood of forest, those who are been living in their forest area. Okay. Next one, in market use, it has been a minor forest to produce and major timber extractions or be there in their market use. So in minor forest produced, that is a non-wood products. So minor product produced means that is a non-wood products. So non-wood products in the sense, like for example, fuel wood, fiber, etc., which are should be collected in that forest and collect, and then they are going to be selling the local market for their income source. And next to, and also it has a major timber extractions. So the timber extractions, it's mainly for their constructions and for their industrial use and for also for paper pulps, etc. And it is mostly done in India by the forest department, but illegally also they are lagging continuously in many of the forest areas of in India as well as in the worldwide. Okay. So that is the market use. So market use, or we call it as a productive use. And next one is the over exploitation of forest. So that is the exploitation of forest has taken place to meet the human demands. So why uh, so by the about 78 percentage of forest area is under heavy grazing today's, and also the mining activities also lead to clearing of forest. And due to road constructions, that is, a deforestation has been occurred, and clearing of forest also to create more agricultural lands to meet the food needs of growing people. And also due to wood cutting and large scale lagging for raw materials like timber, pulp, wood, and fuel wood, etc. So due to that, the forest areas has been exploited. Okay. So next one is the deforestation. So deforestation refers to the loss of forest area which has been covered, and it also for destruction, aimless destruction of trees. That is a clearing of forest across the earth. So we can be call it as a deforestation. So it is a permanent destructions of permanent destructions of forest and the woodlands. So and in deforestations currently, that is the process has been involved in cutting down based on burning and damaging of forest. Okay. So deforestations are mainly occurs due to that cutting down of the trees and burning in the areas and damaging of forest. So it has been occurred. So currently, 12 million hectares of forest are cleared annually, and also the forest has been vanished year by year, and about 80 percentages of the original forest on the earth has been cleared. Okay. So, and what are the major causes of deforestations or shifting cultivation, fuel requirement, raw materials for industrial use, development projects, growing food needs, overgrazing. So due to these reasons, the deforestation has been made. First one is the shifting cultivation. Okay. So in shifting cultivations, so nearly 300 million peoples who are been living in that area has been they are been shifting, and they are shifting on to their cultivators and who are these peoples are going to be practice that slash and burn the agriculture, and they are being supported to clear more than 5 lakhs hectares of forest for shifting the cultivations annually. In India, it has been practiced mainly in northeast, and they extend, and also it has been extended in Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, and Madhya Pradesh. So for next one is your fuel requirements, and fuel requirements, it has been based on increasing demand for fuel wood because of the growing populations, and they have to be shoot up to 300 to 500 million tons. Okay, and so it has been increasing the pressure on the forest. And next one is the raw materials for industrial use. So the raw materials which has been used for industrial use in forest, or the wood which has been used for making boxes, furnitures, and railway sleepers, etc. And is and it has been also been creating tremendous pressures on forest. Okay, the particularly the plywood. Okay, so it is a great demand for packaging tea for tea industry of Assam's, while fit tree is also being exploited greatly for packaging apples in Jammu and Kashmir. So specifically, they are being a great demand for the plywood and for their fit tree. So these trees are mainly exploited and mainly caused in the forest area. Next one is development projects. So in development projects, there should be a massive destruction of forest, which has been occurs various development projects like hydroelectric projects, or constructing a big dams, and road constructions, mining, etc. Next one is growing food needs. So in growing food needs, so many of the developing countries are the main reasons for their deforestations, because they have to be need or meet their demands based on their growing populations and for their agricultural land and settlements. Okay, so this the main reasons for their growing for the demand for their peoples. Okay, and next one is the overgrazing. So the overgrazing is why the cattle leads for further degradations of this land. And next one is the major activities and threats to forest resources. So what are the major activities and threats to forest resources? Or first one is the timber extractions and mining. So these are the main threats to the forest areas. In timber extractions, so you all that is you all know, but the timber is a very valuable one. And so in timber, like such as teak and mahogany, so it's all these trees are being a large tree. So it has been grows in per hectares, and these timbers has been lagging by the people for selling, and it has been more valuable one. And also road constructions in forest area, it has been making the tree causes, and also it is further damages of the forest. So what kind of steps has been taken for timber extractions, or clear felling of the trees, and mechanized lagging, and manual lagging, and selective lagging of the trees? Okay, so that is as I said, that timber extractions, teak and mahogany. Okay, so these trees are mainly or selective one for extractions of their timber. And next one is the mining. So in mining, so it is an extractions of minerals and fossil fuels like coal, etc. So in that area, so more than 80,000 hectares of lands of the countries presently are being under the stress of mining activities. Okay, so this will be facing destructions of the landscape in the area. So and it will be create a large scale deforestations has been and also has been reported in Missouri and Degrot and value and Degrot and value. So, the extracting of minerals and fossil fuels will also be in creating destructions of the landscape, as well as it should be the deforestations. So, these are the major activities and threats to forest resources. And next one is the dams and other effects of forest and tribal people. So, so dams are being either directly or indirectly affected by the forest because constructing of hydroelectric dams are main causes for their deforestations, because about 40,000 large dams are currently obstructed worldwide river. So these will be distractions of the forest because the constructing of big dams which also be alters the ecological balance. So in what way it can be affects the ecological balance in the sense, so if you are constructing that any banks, any dams in the forest area, so it will be there will be a landslides, draft and floods, flood conditions maybe rise in that area. Sorry. And the dam constructions also produce a number of health hazards to the peoples. So the peoples, those who are being work or those who are being under the under the constructions of a dam, so they will be attacked by many diseases and like tuberculosis, AIDS, like etc. So and also the dam building has been result in a human rights violations. So because rehabilitations has been taken place due to that constructions of tribal people areas. So these are the dams and other effects on forest and the tribal people. And next, next one is the water resources. So water resources are sources of water that are useful or potentially useful for us. Okay, so the uses mainly for their agriculture, industrial, household, and for their recreational and environmental activities. Okay, so that is distributions of water on earth is mainly 97 percentages of water on the earth is in salt water, and in that only the 3% is fresh water, and a few percentage of that are that is two-third of is from frozen in glaciers and polar ice. Okay, so the that 3 percentage of fresh waters is mainly founded in groundwater, and the fraction percentages are being that above ground or in the air. Okay, so and the groundwaters mainly occurs in two forms. One that is the fresh waters occurs mainly in two forms. One is groundwater and surface water. And in groundwater about so around 9.8 percentage of total fresh waters has in the form of groundwater, and it is about 35 to 50 percentage of times that surface waters has been supplied. Okay, so that is the distributions of water on earth. Okay, so the water that is 97 percentages are being salt water, and that 3 percentage is fresh water, and one third of that water is frozen in glaciers and polar ice. Okay, And fresh waters has two forms. One is a groundwater and surface water. Though only 9.86 percentage of fresh waters are be in the groundwater. Next one is a water uses of water. So, okay, so the water can be used in domestic use, public use, industrial use, fire use, irrigations, and other uses. So in domestic use, the water used in the used in the purpose of drinking, bathing, washing clothes, cooking, and for their other needs also. Next, in domestic use in India, it has been says that 135 liters they can be used for per day. And next one is the industrial use. So the industrial use, it is mainly required for various industries such as cement industries, mining industries, textile industries, and leather industries. They are being mainly used that water resources. And next one is a public use, and it is for mainly used for public utilities like watering in parks and flushing in streets and jails, etc. Next one is a fire use, and is the in case of any accidents has been occurred to prevent their fire issues, the water has been used. Next one is the irrigations, and in irrigations it is to used to grow crops, and this is the main source to grow the foods. Okay, and next one is the other uses. So other uses for constructions, that is hydroelectric power generations, requires waters. So this is the way the water has to be used. And how over utilization of groundwater and surface water. The overuse of groundwaters has been the following effects. First one is a lowering of water table, second ground subsidence, and third one is a draft. So lowering of water table. So lowering of water tables, that is that is due to it has been due to the main reason of excessive use of groundwater for drinking purpose, for irrigations, and also for the domestic purpose. So this leads to the leading to lowering of the water tables and drying of the wells also. And the main and also the main reasons for shortages of waters are apart from these apart from this reason, the main reasons for shortages of waters are increases in populations, so and also increasing demand of water for various purpose. And this water has been distributed unequally, and this reason also the shortages has been occurred. And next one is a ground subsidence. So ground subsidence means when the groundwater has been withdrawal in greater, that is sediments the sediments in the aquifer become compacted. So this is called ground subsidence, which may cause a damage of building, destroy water supply systems, etc. And next one is a draft. And draft in the sense it is an extended period of month or years when a regions are being noted that there should be a deficiency in the water supply, whether in a surface or in a underground water. So if that a region has been identified, there should be a deficiency of water supply, so for in a period or month, so that area we can be call it as a draft. So this has been occurs of many reasons. One is the meteorological draft, hydrological draft, agricultural draft, or socio-economic draft. So in meteorological draft, it has been related to a rainfall amount. Okay, so it has been calculated based on the rainfall amount. So they are mainly comparing the rainfall in a particular place at a particular time. So they are going to be calculated or compare that in a particular place in a particular time. So what is the average rainfall has been in that place. So based on that they will be calculate or specify that. Okay, so that is a meteorological draft. And next one is a hydrological draft. So hydrological draft are mainly associated with the effects of low rainfall on the water levels in rivers or reservoirs or lakes, etc. So these are been mainly noticed in some time after that meteorological draft has been made. And next one is the agricultural draft. So that agricultural draft are mainly affects that food productions and farming. Okay, so it leads to the shortages and brings the soil water deficits and reduced groundwaters and reservoir levels. Okay, so these deficiencies in the topsoil moistures, or it may be a planting stop germinations and leading to low plant populations. Okay, and next one is the socio-economic draft. So the socio-economic draft or occurs when a demand for an economic goods. Okay, so and this will exceed the supply as the result supply. So based on the weather conditions. So if there is a shortfall in the weathers, there should be water supply will be low. The supply of many economic goods such as water, food grains, or fish, hydroelectric powers are mainly depends on their weather. So due to the variability of climate or water supply is sufficient, uh, so it's not sufficient some of the years, they are not meet their human and environmental needs. So this is we can be call it as a socio-economic draft. So the over utilizations of groundwaters and surface waters are be based on that lowering of water table, ground subsidence, and draft. Next one is the flood. So you know about that flood is an overflow of waters. Okay, so and a river or lake. Okay, so and that we can be call it as a flood. And next one is a conflicts over water. So the water conflicts are mainly described that there is a conflicts between the countries or states or groups over an access to water resources. Okay, so that is there should be a disputes has been occurred in the basis of opposing interest of water users or public or private. So these conflicts occurs over both freshwaters and salt water between the international boundaries. And so like we can be take it as Kaveri water disputes. So in India, so out of 18 major rivers, so 17 rivers are shared between different states. So in all these cases, these conflicts are over because of because of that water resources. So in Kaveri water disputes, the Kaveri river water is burned in the contentions between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. And the problem has been almost comes under in 100 years old. So the Tamil Nadu has been occupying the downstream region of river, and they wants water uses regulated in the upstream state of Karnataka, and they are refused to do and claim its privacy over the river as the upstream user. Okay, so the river water is almost fully utilized, and both the states having increasing demand for agriculture and industry. And so in In 1990, the Cauvery Water Disputes Tribunal has been set up to solve the problems, and they have to be directed Karnataka to ensure that 205 TMCF of water has been made available in Tamil Nadu Mettur Dam every year. So till settlements was reached, and there should be a good monsoon, and after the year, and so there was no disputes has been occurred between these two states. There should be a smooth going process. But in after that 1995, there should be a situation has been raised, that is a crisis has been made due to that delay rain, and they have a laggingness for cultivating of crafting patterns in Kaveri basin. So that is for example, sambara paddy in winter and kuruvai paddy in summer. So these crops are mainly demanded for water, and they need a water. So for cultivating these paddy and these crops, so they have to be use water. So for the till now there should be a conflicts has been going on between these two states. So if we want to be reduced or that conflicts, so that they have to be plan a proper selection of craft varieties to cultivate in that area, and they have to be use the optimum resources of water, and they have to be better sharing patterns and the pricing of waters. So these are the measures has been to solve the problems. If they having choosing a proper selection of crops for cultivating in a particular area by using a less water, so that should the problems will be solved. Okay, so these are one reasons I mentioned that foreign conflicts over water. So today we discussed that types of ecosystems. So in that type, one is the terrestrial ecosystem, and next one is the aquatic ecosystem. So the terrestrial ecosystems are further classified or forest ecosystem, grassland ecosystem, and desert ecosystem. The forest ecosystems are that is the ecosystem means that is the interactions between the living organism and non-living components in area. So either in the form of forest, grassland, or deserts or aquatic. Okay, so that is that ecosystems. So the forest ecosystems are being further classified as a tropical rainforest, tropical deciduous forest, tropical scrub forest, temperature rainforest, temperature deciduous forest, evergreen coniferous forest. Next, grassland ecosystems. So the grassland ecosystems are we can be classified as a tropical grassland, temperature grassland, and polar grassland. Next one is desert ecosystems. So the desert ecosystems are being classified as a tropical desert, temperature desert, and cold desert. So in deserts are being characterized as the area has been having a extreme hot weather, and they are be having a less rainfall, and the less species are been living in that area. So based on that, they are being characterized as the desert ecosystem. And next one is the aquatic ecosystem. In aquatic ecosystems are two types. One is a lentic and another one is a lotic ecosystems. So lentics are being ponds or wells and lakes, and lotic ecosystems are river streams. And next one is the natural resources. So natural resources which are being the resources which are naturally occurring substance. So it is in the form of energy, so which is essential for the functioning of organisms and populations as well as the ecosystems. So that is we can be call it as a natural resources. The types of natural resources are renewable resources and non-renewable resources. So that is resources which can be renewed or replenished through natural cycle, we can be call it as a renewable resources. And the resources which cannot be replenished through natural cycles, we can be call it as a non-renewable resources. So in non-renewable resources are be available in very limited amount. So they can, and also they cannot be replenished through natural cycle. Next one, and that next, forest resources. So the forest resources, so how the forest has been used. So that is, it has been used as watershed protection, atmospheric regulations, erosion control, land bank, local use or conceptive use. And next one is a market use. Okay, so in forest resources, so as we discussed that it's all composed of trees, shrubs, and woody vegetations, or etc. And in earth, they are mainly one third of areas are covered by forest areas, and it is or being important for the forest areas, or should be important for economic and ecology. So in ecology, it has been considered as the forest has been considered as the earth lungs, because of it has consume or consume the poisonous gas of carbon dioxide and release the oxygen, and it will be helpful for their sustaining of life on the earth. And it can also be reduced, that is absorptions of carbon dioxide by the trees which has been available in the forest. It will be reduced that global warming, and also it will be helps to continue the hydrological cycle and reduce the soil erosions. Okay. Next one is the over exploitation of forest. So the exploitations will be taken place to mainly for to meet their human needs and human demands. So that is for due to that cutting of trees and woods, and lot and lagging of raw materials like timber, pulpwood, etc. And also for road constructions, that is deforestations has been occurred due to that constructions, road constructions, and also for clearing of forest for creating agricultural lands. So in order to meet their foods, because of their growing populations. And also for mining activities has been taken place, and also they are going to be for that they are going to be clearing of their forest. So, and for hydroelectric projects, and this also leads to the destructions of forest. So these are the reasons for their over exploitations of forest. And deforestations in the sense that is a loss of forest or clearing of forest. So this are mainly comes under that cutting down of trees or burning and damaging of forest. So this is the deforestations. And next, what are the main causes of deforestations? Are shifting cultivations, fuel requirements, raw materials for industrial use, development projects, growing food needs, and overgrazing. Okay, and what are the major activities and what are the threats to forest resources? Or timber extractions and mining. So timber extractions are the steps in timber extractions are clear felling, mechanized logging, manual logging, selective logging. And mining are mainly extracting of minerals and fossil fuels in forest area. So, and this will also be in destructions of landscape in that area, and it is also been indiscriminating mining of various minerals in various minerals in Missouri and Degrahand Valley. And due to that it can be due to that mining in a forest area, so it's also be leads to the deforestation. And the next one is that dams and other effects on forest and tribal people. So the dams and other effects on forest and tribal peoples are mainly for constructions of dams, particularly for hydroelectric dams. It also leads to the deforestations, and these it will be if any destructions has been made or occurs in forest area, like as I said that constructing of dams. So it will leads to their ecological balance, like landslides or drought and flood conditions. So and and there should be, and a problem has been raised for their tribal and native peoples who are been in that forest area, so which are being result from their constructions of big dams in forest area. So and also these not only for deforestations or not only for ecological balance to in forest area. So due to the dam constructions, it also be create a number of health hazards to their workers, those who are been working under their constructions or building of dams. So they have to be affected by many diseases tuberculosis, tuberculosis. And this dam constructions or dam buildings also be in for comes under resulted in human rights violations, because of these constructions in forest area. Those peoples who are been living in that forest area and native place, they are been rehabilitating from that area, and they have to be moved from one place to another. So the tribal life and cultures are mostly spoiled. So they have because they are been mostly associated in forest. Okay, so these are the effects on forest to the tribe, and also for the tribal people due to constructions of dams. Any doubt?
No, ma'am. Ma'am, one thing. Do you provide notes?
You do you want notes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you want, okay, I will share my mail ID.
Okay, ma'am.
I shared my mail ID. If you need, you send a mail to my ID. I
Okay,
will
ma'am.
share. Okay,
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.